All right, y'all. We're going back to P Diddy trial. This day one. Man, I just be sitting back vibing. Man, just making good content. Trying to, we're gonna dive off in this here. Feel free to comment. You know, support, like, subscribe, tell some people. Man, we just having legitimate conversations. This this group is called Good Guy Media Outlet, along with Tyson M Official. That's my music page. And then of course you can on my personal page you can get at me at Tyson Manor. Tap in. what's up, y'all? We just trying to get it right. We trying to get it right. We trying to get it right. Sorry, y'all. That would go ahead loud, load everything. We appreciate y'all. Yeah, man, we could start this did a trial out, man, see what they got going on here, man. So I've been interested in, so hey, just what we doing.
pregnant. Now Cassie's up there fucking crying with a pregnant belly, asking a fucking excuse
They finna get started, I guess. Been waiting for the longest.
And welcome to our live show here on Law and Crime, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you so much for joining us. We are jumping live right now because we have a major update in the Sean Combs criminal case. Right now, Cassandra Ventura has taken the stand. Now, unfortunately, in this case, in a federal case, there are no cameras in the courtroom. There is no audio in the courtroom. But we are going to do our best to report to you in real time what is happening with her testimony and analyzing her testimony in real time. And we're going to also be taking your questions about this testimony, about the case in general, as it progresses. So if you have a question, submit it on YouTube. We will answer it here on air. I'm not going to do it alone. I have with me here in studio Rich Schoenstein, trial attorney. It's great to see you. Rich, thanks for jumping here so quickly. Really appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Big day in this trial.
This is a big day because she is victim number one in this case. I think it would be fair to say we probably wouldn't have criminal charges if it wasn't for Cassandra Ventura filing her lawsuit in November of 2023. We all know that the videotape of her purportedly being beaten by Sean Combs in 2016 changed the course of this entire legal saga. It came up a lot yesterday. She came up a lot yesterday. And now her testifying for the prosecution, I think a fair argument is this case either rises or falls with her testimony. So what has she testified to so far? Well, first of all, she's quite pregnant. She's about 8.5 months. 9 months pregnant. She's 38 years old. She explained that she was with Sean Combs for 10 years. We're talking about a 17-year age difference. She admitted that during the course of their relationship, he introduced her to certain sex acts. She asked to describe the relationship she had with him. Quote, there were violent arguments that would usually result in some sort of physical abuse, dragging, different things of that nature. Again, why is this important? He's charged with sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. He's charged with racketeering conspiracy, a criminal enterprise, underlying crimes like sex trafficking, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction, and also transporting sex workers for purposes of prostitution. She went on to say that he would stomp her in the head if she was down. There was frequent violence. She would have black eyes. She would have bruises. She was asked by the prosecution to describe what a freak-off was. And she said, quote, it basically entails the hiring of an escort and setting up this experience so that I could perform for Sean. It involved Combs being able to watch with me, the other person, and actually direct us on what we were doing. Eventually, it became a job for me, pretty much. And by the way, this comes after the testimony of a male performer who says he was hired by Cassandra Ventura and Sean Combs to have sex with Cassie in front of Sean Combs. She described how their relationship was quite complex, talking about these freak-offs. When she was first introduced to them, she says, I was confused, nervous, but also loved him very much. She explained how Sean Combs ultimately controlled a lot of her life. She talked about blackmail materials, so videos that Combs purportedly shot of her during these sexual encounters. She was concerned that they would be published, they would be released. Quote, he had many resources to do that. She was shown the 2016 video of that hallway attack, as I mentioned. She confirmed it was after a freak-off, which is important because while the defense would say this is an unfortunate incident of domestic violence and domestic violence is not sex trafficking, she has confirmed that this was after a freak-off. This was in furtherance of sex trafficking. She says she was afraid that if she said no to him, it would make him angry. So again, we're going to get more of her testimony in real time. So far, Rich, from what I've said, what are you taking away from her testimony?
Well, obviously, this is a horrendous relationship, and she suffered a lot. I think the defense is arguing, in essence, that she was a consensual, willing participant in this relationship. It was a 10-year relationship. It had ups and downs, and the defense is arguing that some of the things she argues now she was forced to do, she did willingly and perhaps even enjoyed at the time. So that's what we're getting at. But this is really shocking stuff for a jury to have to hear all of this, and I think see some of it is coming up.
There is a potential problem for the prosecution because we heard it. It was funny. We have a question from TDB. Jesse, does the male dancer's testimony about Cassie contradict the prosecution's opening statement? Now, he had testified that he thought he heard Sean Combs slapping her, that there were instances where he saw him dragging her, but at the same time, he was getting paid by her. He was texting her. she was participating in these freak-offs. You wonder, this case is a thin line. Was it coercion or not? Was she a victim or partner in this? Do you think when you hear the testimony of that male dancer and you hear her testimony now, it'll be difficult for the jury to believe that everything was coerced and against her will?
I don't think the jury is going to believe that everything was coerced and against her will at the time, but it doesn't have to. There's a massive power imbalance here. So even if she willingly participated for parts of this relationship, he has all of the power and he's using it. And the one thing you mentioned, I wrote down, blackmail video. That stuff's really important to the case, right? This is carrot and stick territory, but he kept, allegedly, things like these videos to keep people in line. And the allegation here is if she sort of got a little bit antsy about how the relationship was going, he would threaten to release videos that would destroy any chance of her having a career.
The defense would say the only person that was in possession of the videos was Cassandra Ventura. That's a point that they made yesterday.
That's an evidentiary point. I don't know the answer to that.
Let me ask you this. We have a question from Lauren, who, by the way, has this cute little emoji, smiley face with the hearts. I like it. It's nice. I have a question. Do you think now that the prosecution has played their ace with Cassie, that they have more damning evidence to come?
I would expect so, because when you're prosecuting a case like this, you want to start strong. And I think some of the idea of putting her on in day 2 of this trial is to start strong. They put on a little corroborating testimony first, right, from this dancer, escort, whatever you want to call him. And now they have her, the security guard, and they get to show the video, that horrible video, and now she testifies. But it can't be the prosecution's plan to try this case that now they're just going to wind their way through some other inconsequential witnesses. I mean, they have 2 more victims, as I understand it.
Well, let's talk about this. The practical reality is, A, they need to get her on the stand before she gives birth, okay?
Well, that's true, too. That's true. Good point.
Yeah, because victim 3 is nowhere to be found, so they may have to make sure that victim 1 is still available. But also, I agree that they started very strong with corroborating evidence before they brought her on, because what happened? When she filed her lawsuit in November of 2020, these wild allegations, I think people said, how do we know this is true or not? As soon as that video was released by CNN, the whole game changed, because people not only believed that particular incident in the complaint, they believed overall all the allegations that she made, and it seems the prosecution is doing just that. Now, it's interesting thinking about this. By the way, I'm going to give more updates about her testimony. So right now, Ventura said, I thought we were monogamous. The prosecutor asked, was it made public? No, I was his artist, also his family, his children, meaning their relationship wasn't public yet. Who was linked to him publicly? Kim Porter, Miss Ventura responds. How did Sean treat you at this time? We had fun. So a lot of this is talking about the beginnings of their relationship, and she has to concede some points, right? She can't just say, it was a disaster at the very beginning. I hated him from the very beginning. I was under a distress from the very beginning. There has to be an aspect to it where she explains, no, I started this relationship. I was young. I was excited, but then it devolved, right? In order to be credible on the stand about the story, I think.
I agree with that. And also to acknowledge that there were benefits to her of being in this relationship. It would, at least in theory, help her career. It would get her to meet people that she otherwise wouldn't have been able to meet. So all of that is true. There's nothing wrong with her conceding that, because none of that justifies being dragged down a hallway and beaten.
Exactly. And by the way, we jumped on here immediately as soon as we found out that Cassandra Ventura was officially taking the stand. And one thing that makes Law and Crime a little bit different than other outlets like that is our viewers. Not only do we value our viewers, but we are making content right now purely for our viewers on YouTube. We want to give you the most up-to-date information about this case in real time. And again, we are the only channel, the only news organization that is producing content for you specifically. We value that. YouTube is where the most hard cutting edge news is coming from, and we want to get it out to you as quickly as possible. So thank you so much to our supporters. We are going to continue to take your questions for a while now, because she's going to be on the stand. So let's keep it going. Again, thank you to our YouTube audience. Jane, Are there any more witnesses to Cassie getting attacked by Diddy apart from the bodyguard? I mean, I don't know. I would imagine so.
Yeah, I don't know either. There's a videotape. So that's kind of a witness. But yes, I would imagine there are other witnesses who are going to talk about the relationship and probably talk about some of the physical stuff.
Well, they mentioned chiefs of staff. They mentioned one of the questions from the defense yesterday. How is this a conspiracy, right? For a conspiracy, you need two or more people to agree. Yeah. Who are the people that coordinated and facilitated this racketeering and sex trafficking operation are not criminally charged?
So I see two major hurdles for the prosecution in this case. One is what we've been talking about. They have to get past the idea that this is consensual behavior by other people who are behaving in a questionable fashion. They have to get past that. The second bigger hurdle to me is turning an abuse case into a racketeering case, right? Because yes, they have to prove RICO is very challenging. You have to prove a RICO enterprise. You have to prove a pattern of racketeering activity. You have to prove multiple predicate acts that are violations of separate federal laws. It is hard to sustain a RICO case. We've seen some other cases where people have tried. That's going to be a major hurdle here. The fact that he had this 10-year relationship, and even if it's arguably true, he took advantage of her, he treated her horribly, he beat her, he did all these terrible things to her, that's not racketeering.
I say that the prosecution spent so much time yesterday in their opening statement trying to explain to this jury why it's a crime. Because it's not a garden variety trafficking or racketeering case. And I think the more they have to explain it, that's a problem for them. I think it's a weakness in their case, personally. Now we have an update from court. Prosecutor asks Cassandra Ventura like. Ventura responds, he had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit. And then apparently she's shown a photo, and she says, this is Sean and I at a strip club in New York, like 2007, 2008, Halloween. How did Sean Combs' moods vary? Day to day. Now look, he is charged with specific crimes that John Smith on the street can't meet. There is an argument here, very powerful, had all these businesses, different resources, different employees. He would be in the position to be able to carry out a sex trafficking or racketeering operation. That's what makes him unique, though.
Sure, but is that what he's doing? Is he running an entertainment and fashion industry, or is he running essentially a criminal organization?
By the way, we have a poll up right now. You can participate in it. Do you think Cassie Ventura was a victim or partner in this? Ready for this? 82%. Well, this doesn't make sense. 82% say yes. I don't know if that's yes to. I think we need clarification. 82% say victim or partner. We'll get a clarification on that.
That's my answer to that question.
Oh, okay. 82% say victim. 82% say victim. Maybe based on we're reporting on the testimony right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think she is a victim if the allegations are true, but also she is involved in some of the criminal act. I mean, she's getting those prostitutes, right? She's making payments to them, allegedly. She's having them come. So she's involved in some of the alleged criminal activity. And that's an interesting point that wouldn't just apply to her. Other people in his orbit might be some combination of victim and co-conspirator.
But you know what? That video changes everything, because the argument would be, what do you think happens if she says no?
Yeah.
What do you think happens if she says, I'm not in the mood for a freak off tonight. I'm not going to pay the dancer. That's what's going to happen. That video is arguably the most important piece of evidence because it sets the stage when we're talking about coercion or force. Question from Angelina. How old was Cassie when they first started dating? I think she was 19 years old. So you're talking about a 17-year age difference. That's important. I think that's an important factor if you're talking about power and control, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he's older and obviously has much more power anyway.
Sherry Williams asks, what kind of time is Diddy facing if he's found guilty? Do you want me to? I have it listed unless you want me to answer that one.
I would say life in prison, but you can tell me specifically.
So this is exactly what he would be facing. So if he's convicted of one count of racketeering conspiracy, I pulled this up because I figured people might be curious. If he is convicted of racketeering conspiracy, the top charge, that is a maximum sentence of life in prison. You know what the minimum is for that? Well, okay, so that's life in prison. Maximum sentence for sex trafficking, life in prison. You know what the minimum is for sex trafficking? 15 years in prison. And then the transportation for purposes of prostitution carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. Rich, I have to tell you, I don't know about racketeering. I don't know about sex trafficking if he's going to be convicted of that. I'm confident he's going to be convicted of allegedly transporting sex workers with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Their argument, as far as I understood yesterday, their defense yesterday was he hired people for their time and experience.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If he gets out of this trial only convicted of transporting for prostitution, that is a defense victory. They would take that in a heartbeat, I bet.
Because I think if he is convicted of that, he might not get 10 years. He might get, a shorter amount and time served, his time already in the MDC. I don't know, but it wouldn't be life in prison. Wouldn't be 15 years.
Yeah, he might not get full 10 years. He might not get the hardest prison term, the hardest prison life, right? He would get out. He would still have a life. He would still have his entry. So I think that would actually be a defense victory, all things considered.
So we have an update from court. I think she's describing what the alleged abuse was like. She talks about anger, zoning out. She was asked, how did this impact you? She says, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. She also apparently talks about psychological abuse. He'd tell me to watch my mouth, change my face. So, I do wonder, that has a strong impact because there's another case that we're covering right now. It's the Alexander brothers. And they're being charged with sex trafficking. And the argument you hear from defense attorneys is this is a very novel way to charge individuals. That if you're talking about romantic relationships or girlfriends or flings, and you're taking them on trips, you're paying for their meals, you're buying them gifts, maybe you're promising things, romantic gestures, are we now in a position where romantic relationships are just on the line of sex trafficking, or where does it differ?
Well, here he is allegedly bringing in prostitutes to participate in these freak-offs and paying them for sexual services. So that to me would clearly be sex trafficking if it's true. It's not just about the girlfriend. It's not just about the relationship. It's about these sex workers that he is.
From to Trune, what about male victims? Seems like this case is solely based on women victims.
This case appears to be based on women victims. I mean, I've heard speculation too about male victims. I don't know where that stands.
Well, there's lawsuits. There's a lot of lawsuits that have been filed by male victims. And I wonder, do you think that was intentional for the prosecution to not include those in this case? I mean, why weren't minor victims? Let me say this. He has been accused in lawsuits of abusing minors, okay? Allegations, accusations, okay, never been criminally charged. If you're the prosecution and you want a slam dunk case against Sean Combs and you want justice for all of the alleged federal crimes he committed, the problem with the minor victim for a defendant like that is there's no consent defense anymore. Do you think it's like we want to be as specific as possible with these charges? We don't want to make this case overly broad. The bigger it becomes, the more risk it'll fall down. Thoughts?
I don't buy that. I think the prosecution wanted as many victims as it could get. But I think the prosecution had to scrutinize every potential victim to, first of all, are they going to show up, right? We have an issue with one of the three, whether or not they're going to show up. So they had to scrutinize that. And also, how are their claims? How are they going to be on cross-examination? How is it going to play? They wanted multiple victims. The only way this case is what it is because there are multiple victims. This is not a RICO case if it's just what he did to one person, no matter how horrible it was. That doesn't get you to racketeering. So they need the multiple victims.
And that brings up a good question I have. If you read the indictment, let me rephrase that. There's been many superseding indictments.
Yeah.
It says alleged victims, right? Alleged victim 1, 2, 3, 4. But then it says victims including, like victims, many victims, including alleged victim 1, 2, 3, 4. Does that mean we're going to hear other people who are not enumerated as one of the alleged victims, but are just other victims in the case? Because I don't.
It could be. They could bring people who are other victims in the case, especially the way the case is pled, the way the case is being tried. Now, they would have had to tell the defense by now who those potential witnesses are, and I assume, well, I don't know if we would have heard about it in this particular. Usually you would have heard about it. You would see it on the docket, but I don't know.
So talking about this alleged criminal enterprise and how, based on the opening statement from yesterday, he didn't just have staff who were helping him commit the crimes, but also covering them up. Just now, an update from court. Prosecutor asked Cassie Ventura, how would he keep tabs on you? To which she apparently responds, he didn't live far apart. We didn't live far apart. He'd send security to come find me or a trusted assistant. Like who? David James, Christina Coram, who we all know has been a central figure in this case. Maybe not the criminal case, but she's come up in lawsuits before. The prosecutor asks her, was your relationship exclusive? Ventura replies, no. If she's naming names like David James or Christina Coram, do they have to testify, you think?
I don't think they have to testify, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I would think this is all planned out, that she's going to indicate some people and then the prosecution is going to bring them in later in the trial to verify, right? One thing you really want to do with a witness like this, the defense is going to say that she's embellishing. They might say she's lying, but that's going to be hard to do with that video, right? They can't just say she's a liar, but they're going to say she's exaggerating, she's embellishing, they're painting it a certain way because of the case. So you have to bring in these corroborating witnesses and whatever other corroborating evidence you have to verify what it is she's saying. So it would be very useful, for example, if she says, yes, David James came around to check on me on behalf of Mr. Combs, and then David James takes the stand and says, yes, I did that.
Yeah.
That would be helpful.
Well, and yesterday they talked about the defense, her lawsuit in 2023, her attorney being in the courtroom, that she has an incentive, a monetary incentive to fabricate this situation. We've got a question from Daniela. By the way, we're taking your questions on YouTube about this case, about Cassandra Ventura's testimony that's happening in real time. We're trying to update you as quickly as possible about what she says in that courtroom. No cameras in the courtroom. No audio in the courtroom, so this is the best we can do to bring you her testimony in real time. Question from Daniela, 3984, talking about the video. What version of the hotel video was played in the courtroom? Was it the sped up version? Now, I believe it was portions of the surveillance video, not the CNN video, and cell phone video that was taken by the security guard who testified, Israel Flores. He had apparently taken a cell phone video of the surveillance footage to show his wife, but that became a big pretrial issue about what the jury was going to see.
Yeah. And by the way, that story was a little odd. I took a video of it to show my wife. I mean, that was a little strange.
Well, you're not going to believe this happened, even though he didn't report it to the police.
I think it's going to be difficult. I think the defense would like you to believe that video's been doctored somehow, but I think they're going to have trouble sustaining that.
Hey, would you like a civil law question?
Yes, please.
Yes, this is our litigator here. Question from Teodora Bodurova. Can Cassie sue Diddy again if Diddy's found guilty as charged?
So, Cassie, if you remember, sued Diddy. And that was the first thing we really heard about this. That was before the video. There was this blockbuster lawsuit in November of 2023 that really put these allegations out there. And she was very detailed. In fact, the front page of her lawsuit had a trigger warning on it. It was so detailed. That case was settled the next day. And I would have to think included an agreement that she wouldn't sue him again for anything. Usually, if you're going to settle like that and pay the kind of money she would have gotten paid for settling that lawsuit, you get what is known as a general release. And a general release means you don't sue me for anything that happened. Now, here's one caveat. Up to the date of this agreement. Up to the date of this agreement. So then if you the next day punch me in the face, I have a new lawsuit against you.
Yeah.
Right? But at least up to the agreement, she can't go back now and say, I want more money.
Well, for the same conduct, right? I mean, if he comes out and he did something to her, or allegedly did something to her after the agreement.
Presumably they got it. And it also, like, you have to make sure the release, all of his companies, all of these other individuals who were involved. It has to be a general release of everybody. You don't want to leave any wiggle room to have a lawsuit.
We have a follow-up question to this from Fads. So why did he settle if he was innocent?
Well, I mean, people settle all the time when they think they're not liable. People, like, the thing that really surprised me when that case was filed is that the case was filed. Typically in a case like that, you draft the complaint and you send it to the defendant and you say, dear sir, please pay me a boatload of money or I'm going to file this publicly in court. And if there's any merit to it, or if just for publicity reasons, the defendant decides to negotiate and pay, and it never goes to court. So it fascinated me at the time that she actually filed that publicly and he settled it the next day. That unfortunately was pretty telling, that he didn't put up any fight on the lawsuit. He didn't even want to litigate it. He didn't even want to go to discovery. He wanted to settle it immediately.
And if he would have settled it before she filed it, I think we would have been in a very different position than we are today.
Oh, I totally agree, because that lawsuit, I think, is what sets this ship sailing.
I agree. Okay, update from court. Prosecutor asks, did you see other men? Cassandra Ventura responds, yes. Prosecutor asks, did Sean see other women? Ventura responds, yes. He said, I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous. Did you move to LA with him? Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. It goes to a theme from yesterday, where the defense owned up and said, yeah, he's jealous, he's angry, he's violent. He engaged in domestic violence. That 2016 video is indefensible. When you hear her testify like that, does it help the defense? Does it help the prosecution? Because the defense got in front of it. They didn't say he's a saint.
Well, it helps the prosecution, but the defense did the correct thing in opening statement, and they had to do it. They didn't have any choice. I mean, the defense couldn't walk into this trial and say he's the victim of a conspiracy to invent evidence against him. That was never going to work. The thing's on video, and there's lots of other evidence. So they were going to have to say he is not a delightful guy. You people on the jury probably aren't going to like things that he did. He did engage in things we consider domestic violence, but this is a racketeering case. And I liked that about the opening statement. They made that very clear. You're going to have to judge the crime, not whether you like him or dislike him.
And look, I think the defense spent a large portion yesterday dismantling all of those, as you mentioned, underlying crimes as part of racketeering. It's not kidnapping, right? Because the person he allegedly kidnapped had worked for him 10 years, still wanted to work for him. It's not involved in the arson, forced labor. He worked hard, his employees worked hard, drug trafficking, personal drug use. So they're saying the prosecution can't meet the elements of the crimes that are charged against Sean Combs. Okay, question from Content Channel. Will the transcripts be available will the transcripts be available to the public? Yes. In fact, we are using them in a lot of the content that we're creating for you. I did it in a side out. Sierra Gillespie, who has the Scandal channel, has been using them as well. And by the way, if you go on our Law and Crime YouTube, we're also experimenting a little bit with this AI. We're creating recreations of the courtroom, what it's going to look like since there's no cameras. We're using the transcripts verbatim to tell the story, to kind of recreate what the trial may be looking like. We're experimenting a little bit there, so come check out Law and Crime's YouTube channel on that. Question from JW, not me. JW, who's Kim Porter? So Kim Porter was Diddy's ex, right? I have done a lot of sidebars when it came to Kim Porter, because this is the mother of several of his children. She died from pneumonia several years back. Came up yesterday in testimony. Came up yesterday in opening statements, because the defense's theory is that these women were jealous of him, right? They're coming after him for jealous. So Cassandra Ventura, when she found out, allegedly, that Combs said, my one true love, She became angry, jealous, saw that the relationship wasn't going anywhere. But I've done a lot of sidebars on Kim Porter because there are those on the online community and some in the public who believe that her death was not just a tragic result of natural consequences, but Sean Combs may have had something to do with it. I think those theories have been debunked, but she is coming up in this trial.
Yeah, I'm sure she is. And listen, how old was she when she died?
That's a good question. I'll tell you right now. Kim Porter, let me see.
40-something?
47.
Okay, 47-year-old with a lot of financial means dies of pneumonia. I understand why there are people online questioning that.
Yeah.
I understand. I don't know if there's anything to it, but I understand why it would raise an eyebrow.
There's a lot of weird stuff, but
Yeah.
Based on the medical examiner, based on what we've seen, the circumstances, and I've bar on this, to me, it doesn't seem like there was anything more there. I'm sure people will disagree. But just by the way, talking about it, we are planning to dedicate so many shows and content to the Diddy trial. So definitely keep checking out Law and Crime's YouTube channel. We will constantly put out videos. By the way, a little bit later on, we're going to bring on Elizabeth Milner, who's right now in the courthouse watching Cassandra Ventura testify. She's going to come on here, tell us what she saw. So stay with us here on this live program. We have a question from Ariana San 1. Is it favorable to start her testimony so early in the case? How could this influence the foundation of the remaining counts that he's charged with?
I think it's a perfectly good strategy. And by the way, I took your point earlier, right? She's pregnant, so you have to deal with that. You can't get into a situation where she's not available. Also, I wonder if with these victims' witnesses, the prosecution's thinking is, we want to get this testimony on the record as soon as possible. Anything happening with these key witnesses of ours, we want to get them in the courtroom and get it done and get it in front of the jury as soon as we can. Now, in terms of the flow of a trial, you want to start strong, you want to end strong, you want to ebb and flow. You want to worry about how you end at the end of a Friday going into a weekend. You want to sort of pay attention to the pace of the trial and the story you're telling. But you also have to deal with availability of witnesses. Not every witness is available every day. And you have to deal with that and put this complicated puzzle together of what witnesses are you calling in what order. But I do think they really wanted to start this trial with something really significant, and this made sense.
Got a question from Helena Ignacia Gallego. Is Cassie allowed to testify on racketeering evidence that she witnessed or only her personal experience with Diddy?
Well, she's allowed to testify. If she witnessed racketeering evidence, and has personal knowledge of it and is qualified to testify about it, she can testify.
I think she already has, talking about the assistants and the people who might have helped him. But how do they prove an agreement, right? It's not just racketeering conspiracy. There has to be an agreement to further criminal activity, to further racketeering activity. What's the agreement? How do they prove that?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because the agreement isn't we're going to abuse a lot of women. Let's go use this enterprise and go do that. That no one has an agreement like that. So that's part of the problem of a racketeering count at all. It's so technical in the requirements of proof, it's really hard to sustain.
Got an update from court. Cassie Ventura's testimony happening in real time. Prosecutor asks, where did you live in L.A.? Ventura responds, 875 Comstock Avenue. This is the Wilshire Corridor condos. How tall was the building? No more than 17 floors. Where did Sean live? 200 South Mapleton. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth. I know where this is going. This is going to the allegation that she was present, and I might be wrong, that she was present when Sean Combs dangled a woman off the balcony. You remember that allegation? I think that's where that's going.
Yeah,
yeah,
I do. And that's an important kind of allegation in this case, because again, the threats, the reason all of these people say they lived in fear, and it helps justify their conduct, even if their conduct otherwise looks like they were in agreement.
Question from, where is this? I thought we had a question. Yeah, we got a question up here. And I got another civil law question for you.
Excellent.
From Danny. Question, what happens to all the Diddy civil suits if he's found not guilty?
Well, it has no effect on the continuance of the civil suits. And in some way, it's actually helpful to the civil suits because the burden of proof, as we've said here many times, is different in a civil suit. You only have to prove more likely than not instead of beyond a reasonable doubt. So the jury could come back and find him acquitted on all counts because they didn't find proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That doesn't shield him from any civil litigation whatsoever. It might embolden him to fight, but the good news for those civil litigants is now he's out of prison. He's continuing to make money, presumably, and be a defendant that you could sue and collect from. That might be useful.
Yeah, and look, OJ, right?
Right.
OJ.
Well, that's the blueprint. That is exactly the blueprint. That is a criminal trial where they mucked up the prosecution and couldn't get a conviction, and then the family came in and got a civil judgment against him.
We have a question from, I'm not going to say the name because I don't think it's appropriate, but it's fine. I'm just going to spell it out for you. ASSY Mama. Okay. Will, this is a family show. Will Diddy testify?
Absolutely no way.
Really? You don't think so?
No way.
I don't think he is either. But.
No way. I mean, in a million years, you're going to put him on the stand and let them show him that video and take him through it and cross-examine him. The odds of him doing that are very small.
He shouldn't. It's very different than when he testified years ago and in the nightclub shooting case. The circumstances incredibly different than they are here. And I think he probably has a lot more to lose here. By the way, but you think about his judgment. No, I don't know what told him it was a good idea to make an Instagram video admitting that it was him in the 2016 hotel video. You wonder about the admissions he made there. You wonder about what admissions he'd make on the stand.
So a defendant like Diddy is fighting two battles. He has this battle inside the courtroom where he doesn't want to be convicted of crimes, but he's still a public figure. He's still got to run his business. He's fighting a public relations battle. And I think at that moment, he thought, I have to say something about this publicly for the point of my business. And sometimes those two things conflict. What you would do for your business is not necessarily what you would do as a defendant.
We got a question. No, we have an update from court. A few things, actually. So first, we have a poll that I think is very interesting. Has this trial changed your view of Sean Diddy Combs? 46% say no. Interesting what people came into this trial thinking, in the sense maybe their opinion was changed over the last year and a half about Sean Combs, so it's hard to know. Update from court. Prosecutor asks Cassie Ventura, who paid your rent in L.A.? Ventura responds, Sean, except when I had the house in Studio City. Prosecutor says, why'd you pay then? Ventura responds, I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted. By whom? Sean. I think this is critical because this goes to the idea of the commercial sex acts, right? Don't you have to say there was something of value that was given or obtained in exchange for sex, in exchange for the relationship, or it goes to control he might have had over her? I think money is important here.
Yeah, I think money is important too. And the notion that that was one of the ways he controlled her and other people is an important part of the trial.
This is a question from Josh Cutemup. How is it not a bigger deal that one of the witnesses is missing? Victim number 3.
I think it's a pretty big deal.
Yep.
The question is, at the end of this trial, and if the answer is no now, the jury doesn't ever have to know anything about it. I mean, the jury doesn't have to know that there was a planned third witness and they didn't show up, and therefore the jury doesn't have to make any conclusions about that one way or another. You could make all sorts of different conclusions from that fact.
We got a few updates from court about the testimony of Cassandra Ventura. Prosecutor asks, how many songs did you write while with Sean Combs? Ventura says hundreds, that most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet, some on mixtapes. How many albums on your deal were not released? 9. Did you get paid for them? No. Then talking about the freak-offs, said the freak-offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover from them. How much time in your week would freak-offs take? The longest was 4 days, significant periods of time. And by the way, this echoes what was said in the very first indictment against Sean Combs, when, in freak-offs, and what she said in her civil complaint, these prolonged sexual episodes. These are different than other kind of sex acts, and that's important, I think, for this kind of case.
Oh yeah, very important. The duration of those, the fact that drugs were so involved in them, the number of people involved, where they got the people from, all of that is very important. 9, a lot of albums. That's an interesting fact, right? She's in this relationship. She's not just being abused. She's trying to start an entertainment career, and sounds like she was working pretty hard at it.
So we have a question from Madison Thomas. I have a question for Law and Crime. Did Cassie testify that Diddy injured her? Yes, that was, if you're just joining us now, first of all, we are reporting in real time her testimony on the stand. There are no cameras, there's no audio equipment, so we're trying our best to relay to you in real time what she's testifying to. But she started off her testifying by saying there were violent arguments that would result in physical abuse. There'd be dragging. She talked about being stomped in the head. She was down. That physical abuse is a key component of this case, particularly sex trafficking, fraud, force, or coercion that was used to induce somebody to have these sex acts. This is a question from Lena. Is Diddy placed with other inmates? If no, why not? I think there is an element of isolation in a way, although he is around other people.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of his incarceration. I would suspect everybody is trying to keep him safe.
Well, I know that he's in the same MDC as Mangione. It's kind of become a little bit of a circus what's going on there. Okay, so we're getting an update that it looks like court went to lunch. So we're going to be getting Elizabeth Milner on as soon as possible, who is in that courtroom. Fascinated to know what she observed of Cassandra Ventura's testimony, and also how the jury might be responding to her. Can you ever glean anything from how the jury is responding to testimony?
Yes, you try. I mean, sometimes when I'm on trial, I have a person in the courtroom with me whose sole job is to watch the jury, because I'm very interested in the reactions of jurors. But jurors try not to express emotion. They try to stay straight-faced. They're not there reacting the same way you and I would if we were watching some testimony on television. So it is very hard to do, but you can sometimes, and you certainly try to.
Question from Slaytan. To what extent might Cassie Ventura's visible pregnancy influence jurors' emotional response and perception of her credibility? Will that have an impact on the jurors without them knowing?
I think it could. I mean, again, that's something that could cut both ways. I mean, in one sense, a juror could say, well, it appears that she's moved on and she has a life and she has a family, and actually she seems to have come out of this okay. And that could be something that a jury could consider. It also, I think jurors have some sympathy for pregnancy, and it makes them like the witness a little better.
Another question from Angelina. Who is Diddy's lawyer? He's got a lot of lawyers.
Right.
So he's got Xavier Donaldson, he's got Mark Agnifilo, Tenny Garagos, he's got Brian Steele. I mean, he's got a high-powered legal team. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Right. It's a necessary thing. It's funny, the defense has the daughter of Mark Garagos, and I think the prosecution has the daughter of James Comey.
Correct.
So it's a second generation trial in some respect. But they're really good lawyers all around, and for the defense. And I would expect, I mean, this is a defendant who can afford top-level representation, which most defendants down facing federal charges can't. Is taking advantage of that.
We have another question from Content Channel. Couldn't she be charged with racketeering also, meaning Cassie, since she booked hotels and paid with her credit card, as stated by the previous witness, presumably referring to David Phillip, who is that male performer?
Yeah, I think some of these people are, as I said, a mix of victim and co-conspirator, and I also assume that the government is only interested or mostly interested in convicting Sean Combs. So probably they have an understanding that they're not going to bring any charges against her.
We have a question from OU812. Jesse, any idea how many witnesses the prosecution will be calling? I know it's an 8-week trial. I know the defense is going to be calling a lot of witnesses. I don't know how many the prosecution will call, but there is a strength in numbers. So aside from just the alleged victims, the more that they can get escorts, right, the more that they can get people who worked in Diddy's inner circle, that's going to be imperative in this case. And also, I imagine, members of law enforcement.
I think that's true. I think you want strength in numbers. I'm gonna put one caveat there.
Please do.
If I'm the prosecution, I want to be careful when you show the jury this evidence, this really shocking evidence over and over and over again. They become more conditioned to seeing it, and their reaction to it the first time is much different than the reaction to it the 40th time. So you want to put in enough evidence to get your conviction. Necessarily want to repeat the same thing again and again and again. It's not really helpful.
Want to hear something interesting? We took another poll. We're taking a lot of polls here on YouTube.
I love it.
Do you think Diddy's celebrity status will affect the outcome of proceedings? 59% say yes, 41% say no. Thoughts on that?
Well, his celebrity status affects the outcome of the proceedings. I mean, it affects the whole case, right? It's the only reason there is a case. It affects his ability to mount a defense and the quality of that defense. So I think that question more gets to what will the jury think when it considers that they're looking at a powerful celebrity here, will them one way or another. And once again, that can kind of go either way on a juror-by-juror basis. But I will tell you that jury charge is going to very much contain instruction that they're not to take his celebrity into account in rendering a verdict.
After Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, because of his celebrity status and the way he testified was a big factor in that. We got a question from James K. Will individuals involved in these freak-offs be named? And so I think this goes to a larger question, right? Everybody, when Sean Combs was first indicted, who are the celebrities? Who's going to be named, right? It might not be, it might just be the alleged victims and the escorts. I mean, I think there's a difference between saying what the prosecution's asserting versus, oh my gosh, we're going to list every celebrity who knew what was going on and every celebrity that may or may not have participated. I don't think that could be a distraction, but I don't know. You tell me, I could be wrong.
Okay, so everybody's fascinated to hear what this lists are. In somewhat in the same way, people always wanted to get the Epstein files and hear what that list is. People want to know who's involved. From the prosecution's standpoint, it really wouldn't be that helpful to have a laundry list of celebrities who attended these freak-offs, because that would make it seem more and more like it's just a Hollywood thing. It's a thing that a lot of people participated in. You might not understand it, but this is what they do out there when they're rich and famous. I don't think that it helps that much. I know the public is very interested to know who else was involved.
We have a question from Makita Ramser. Do you think Sean Combs and R. Kelly's cases are similar? Now, let me just also say, he was convicted of something else. It was a racketeering case, but this was illegal sex with minors, sexual exploitation of minors. Sure, there was bribery, coercion, forced labor, and head of a giant music icon, people working for him, wealth, power, resources. This component is what I think separates that case from Sean Combs.
I think the minors component makes it different. Obviously, it has some comparisons because it's the same industry and some of the allegations are similar, but there are also differences.
Yeah, and I can see that. And look, I think during the pre-trial motions leading up, they cited a lot of cases that were similar. So I remember they cited Ghislaine Maxwell. I believe they cited R. Kelly's case. I think they even cited the Mike Jeffries case, Abercrombie and Fitch. Oh, yeah. That was in order for him to get bail, which was ultimately abandoned after losing so many times. Okay, so I have an update for you. We're getting Elizabeth Milner, our in-court reporter. She's coming out as soon as possible, and then she's got to jump back into court because they're going to come back after this lunch break. I got a question from Sharada Ramanthan. Won't the Cassie video clinch it since she has confirmed that it was after a freak-off and not domestic violence? Is that video going to convict Sean Combs in and of itself?
No. Also, I challenge this idea that because it was after a freak-off, it was not a domestic violence. I mean, if you take your partner force them into a group sex situation and then afterwards beat them, isn't that is domestic violence, right? Maybe something else, but I don't know that it's an and/or kind of thing.
Yeah. This is a great question. They're all great questions. What I'm talking about. We got a great audience. From Rel, is the freak-off tapes going to be viewed in court? I think the answer is no. I think the answer is no based upon what we heard earlier. If I was understanding the court, and I want to get the transcript on this to be 100%, but it seems to me, because of the sensitive nature of this, it's not going to be viewed for the entire courtroom gallery, but the jurors are going to hear it. They might have headphones in. Right. The way the questions are asked of the witness regarding what's occurring in the videos will be careful. That's what I think you have to do.
Yeah. Let me explain. I think this will help how these courtrooms are set up, because I've tried cases in the federal building that they're in now. So you have in the front, there's the judge's bench, and the judge has a computer screen where he sees everything, and the witness box has a computer screen where the witness sees everything. And the jurors have multiple video in the juror box, so they can view it right there. And counsel have videos on their tables, on counsel tables. If you're sitting in the back in the galley, there is a big video monitor where usually whatever is being shown to a witness and the judge and everybody else is also displayed from the gallery. As I understood the back and forth this morning, they're trying to not have the worst evidence on that big video screen in the gallery, so that people who are just there to watch it won't see it. And they're also hooking up the jurors with headphones, so you won't hear the audio in the courtroom. So some of that stuff is going to be a little shielded from the public. And I'm not sure it's going to be filed on the public docket where anyone can get it.
The worst thing is if that gets released. That's the worst thing. If that gets released, that's a big problem. Okay, so we are going to take a break. We're waiting for Elizabeth Milner to come on. We're going to get her up in a second. I really want to know, how did Cassandra Ventura testify? It's one thing reading it off the transcript. It's another thing, how did she behave? What was her demeanor like? How was she answering the questions? How was the jury reacting to that? So we're going to get up that in a minute. Before we do, I thank all of our viewers for continuing to come on, watch us as we're breaking this down in real time. But one of the reasons we are able to put on this live show for you is because we get incredible support from our amazing sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. I want to call them out real quick. This is America's largest injury law firm. I'm talking about a firm that has secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and by the way, $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, keep something in mind, this offered their clients significantly less in each of these cases. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Because Morgan & Morgan, they make it so simple. You can do it all right from your phone in just 8 clicks, from uploading contracts, signing documents, speaking to your legal team. It can all be done through your phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live. You can also click the link below or scan the QR code on screen. Hope you can check it out. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. And welcome back to our live coverage of the Sean Combs criminal case, criminal trial happening in downtown New York. We've been talking about the fact that right now, Cassandra Ventura, victim number one in this case, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, the prime focus of this whole case, has been testifying. And currently they're on a lunch break. But right now I want to go live to Elizabeth Milner, who is outside of the federal courthouse, was inside that court for when Cassandra Ventura was testifying, back into court quite quickly. So let's first start off with Ventura. She takes the stand. How did she appear? What are some of the highlights of her testimony? And most importantly, how is the jury responding to her testimony?
Yeah, well, Jesse, when she had first kind of entered the courtroom, can't necessarily describe it as a tense moment necessarily, but I can only imagine what was kind of going through everybody's minds. You have Diddy's children on one side, his family on one side. You have Diddy, who was looking at Cassie as the moment that she walked inside that courtroom today. She was wearing a long brown dress. She is very, very much so, appears to be in her third trimester of her pregnancy. And so she kind of walked very quietly and very slowly, took the, swore the oath and that type of sort, and then sat down for the prosecution's questioning. And as far as who her support was inside that courtroom, that included her brother, what we presume to be her mother, as well as even her husband, Alex Fine. And he was kind of the topic of some of these arguments outside of the presence of the jury, mainly about just some testimony that they're expected to happen, especially later on today or even possibly tomorrow, because she is expected to be on the stand for a while. But as far as when she got onto the stand, she was very soft-spoken when she was answering ASA Emily Johnson's question. We've been following this case from the beginning, from the moment that she had filed that federal shocking, a very bombshell lawsuit that we all know was settled the following day. But as during the allegations to her witness testimony, it was kind of a difference in the sense that we had only seen her allegations through words, through paper, through court filings and that sort. But, when she got on the stand, it's now, for jurors in their minds, they're putting a voice and they're putting a person to, a name finally. They're seeing just from her side of the view, just kind of her relationship with Diddy. Much of the testimony was very foundational. When did she meet Diddy? How long before, the two engaged in sexual intercourse? As well as, she was briefly asked about the CNN video. And she did confirm that she was leaving a freak off when the vicious beating kind of happened. As far as just some other big highlights, we were shown a lot of photos of her and Sean, as she refers to him in court, as well as her friends. We saw a photo of him being Diddy, Kim Porter, another friend, and Cassiel at the 2006 BET Awards. We saw Diddy with Cassie, another friend, and another potential witness to this case. We had seen photos of their trip to Miami. We saw photos of them at a strip club together here in New York City in 2007. For Halloween, she had spoken about just, her time working as an artist for Bad Boy, and just that pretty much, some of these allegations she had talked about in her lawsuit, but also that Diddy controlled a lot of aspects of her recording career. She signed a 10-album deal. However, she only put out one album plus a mixtape. A lot of the songs that she had even recorded had just gone either, unreleased, or they were leaked and that type of sort. And so some of those were like kind of the big highlights, I would say. They were kind of touching base on who all else kind of played a role in, as far as, security. She had named people like D-Rock and Bounds and Uncle Paulie and Malik. As far as assistants, we heard one of the big names being Christina Coram, as well as David James, Neil Dominic. And so that was kind of touching base a little bit as far as, how Diddy's staff kind of interacted with her. But for the most part, another eye-opening point was just that, Diddy had security around him 24/7, but she also sometimes the security's job was to kind of check on her and make sure that she was doing what she was supposed to, essentially, that, if she wasn't answering the phone when Diddy had called, that he would send his security to go and find her. And so, as far as just some of the testimony, I'm sure we'll get into more details as far as kind of, the freak offs and that type of those types of allegations. But, you know, it really did start off pretty foundational. And I was pretty surprised at, you know, how composed she was keeping it all while on the stand. Again, she was very soft-spoken, but she answered the questions directly. If there was something that she was confused about or wanted Emily Johnson to rephrase or just to ask again, she was open about that. You know, there were very brief moments of laughter, but that was just because, you know, it was nothing that had to do with any of those graphic allegations or anything like that. But it was just, you know, pretty much she was asked, like, why didn't you release more albums? And she's like, is that a question for me? And then there was a little chuckle, but for the most part, it was very much a serious tone. A lot of eyes were on Cassie. A lot of eyes were also on Diddy's children when they were talking, you know, for example, about Kim Porter and just how that relationship had ended while Cassie was starting her relationship with Diddy. And so we got to kind of see finally for a while now, because it's almost been 2 years since she had filed her lawsuit at this point, that we kind of got to see her explain her own view from her own mouth, as opposed to us seeing these allegations in like lawsuits and that type of sort.
So I have two questions for you. One, how is the jury responding to her testimony and more of the graphic points of her testimony? But also, what was Diddy doing? What was Sean Combs doing? Was he looking at her? Was she looking at him at any points? So again, what was the jury's reaction and what was the reaction between Diddy and Cassie?
Well, let me tell you, it was a very packed courtroom, so it was really hard to kind of see all the jurors and their faces. But from the little view that I got of just seeing these jurors, they were listening intently like they have been even since yesterday, taking notes, kind of watching back and forth, both, you know, the prosecution asked their questions and then going over and kind of looking at the witness, that being Cassie, while on the stand. Now, as far as Diddy goes, he was watching very intently. Like, let me tell you something. He is very much so participating in his defense. He is jotting these notes because we do know when the cross-examination comes down, it's going to be Ana Maria Esteval who's going to be doing that line of questioning once the defense does get to the cross of Cassie's testimony. But as far as Diddy goes, he definitely kept his eyes on Cassie for the most duration while she was on the stand, which I can only imagine felt intimidating on her end. Possibly, I'm obviously not in her mind, so I don't know that 100% or anything like that. But as far as Cassie looking back in Diddy's direction, even when she had gotten off the stand, you know, she didn't look at him once. She just walked immediately outside through the gallery, didn't look at him, kind of left the courtroom for lunch break.
Pretty surreal, to say the least. Let me ask you this. At the beginning of the day, we kind of got a sense of what's going to happen next. Everybody's been talking about the freak-off tapes or these sex tapes and how they're going to be visible in the courtroom, whether or not the gallery is going to see these tapes. I imagine when she's going to have to talk about these tapes, she's going to have to view these tapes. What was the discussion regarding the tapes, how a witness will be questioned about the tapes, and whether or not anybody in the gallery will ultimately see them?
Yeah, so there was a lot of concerns about these exhibits, mainly more so, I guess, from us on the press ends portion, you know, just seeing that these photos were sexually explicit and very graphic in nature. The government planned to show some of these images because they, according to the government, were 6 still images. They were nude images of victims that were sexually explicit, but the government kind of came up with a solution that, you know, they would provide headphones to the jurors so that way, you know, we wouldn't hear any type of audio of, you know, these exhibits that were going to be portrayed. The government wanted to keep this material out of public record. The defense, meanwhile, says it's pretty much adult pornography. And so that's when we kind of started connecting the dots that these were, you know, videos and images of, you know, these freak-offs that the government is kind of talking about that's central to their case. The defense says it's a privacy issue, and they question what us in the press would pretty much do with these types of images. The right to kind of talk about them, especially not in a salacious manner or anything like that. I don't think that was any of our intents on, you know, being in the courtroom while these images were played or anything like that. But apparently it seems like, you know, a point for the defense that, you know, they were just wondering what the press would do about it, especially with so many eyes on this case. And so, you know, they wanted to address this issue. The media did have a response through a lawyer. Not 100% sure what outlet they were with, but the media's response was pretty much that the press needs to see these. The testimony isn't necessarily suitable for these images because consensual, or was this coerced? And so the media will reporters to see these types of images, so that way there would at least be some media in the room, so that way we could report about this. And so from the media's response, they completely objected to total sealment of these images and says that it's a First Amendment issue. And so this is going to be taken up probably at a later time, possibly when we all come back from the lunch break, just to kind of get a better picture of it. But it seems like, from both parties, that they're kind of fearful about these images. Report on what's going on. I mean, look at just the media campouts just behind me. A lot of people have interest in this, not just for salacious headlines or anything like that, but because this is a very high profile and criminal case. And of course, we will respectfully report on it if we are able to see these images.
Real quick, Elizabeth, I want to get you back in that courtroom. 30 seconds. If you could just explain what the scene is like today.
Well, the scene is very much so a lot of high energy, a lot of anxious energy, and maybe I'm just saying my own personal feelings because it was pretty tense this morning, as a lot of people were just trying to battle to get inside that courtroom because everyone wanted to be in there when Cassie took the stand. Everyone wanted to see her raise her right hand, swear an oath, and to get inside that courtroom. So there was a little tense moments from people either cutting in lines or people trying to get ahead as well. But as far as, from the family's perspective, I had mentioned yesterday that the daughters had walked out during Daniel Phillips' testimony. That wasn't the case in court, stayed in place. They were listening to all the testimony that was going on today. And so for the most part, it just seems like, okay, this is day 2. A lot of people are just wanting to know more information. What are we going to be getting out of this case? Is this a case, or is this, very much so possibly a domestic violence case as the defense out? But as far as the mood inside that courtroom, it's very tense, I will say, mainly because a lot of people just have their eyes on this very important testimony from one of the witnesses and one of the biggest players inside.
Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for being out in that courtroom. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we got Elizabeth and she does a fantastic job. Thank you so much. And I know you have to head back into court. Thanks, Elizabeth. All right, so we're going to continue to take your questions. I am here once again with trial attorney Rich Schoenstein. So, Rich, you heard that description, okay? You heard the description about her testimony. We've been talking about it, hearing the jurors' reaction, hearing, by the way, how him staring intently at her.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's hard for a witness, what's the right thing to do? Is the right thing to look at him? Is the right thing not to look at him? I think probably not looking at him is better optics as she takes the stand. I think that's fine.
When she's going to be in a position where she has to watch these tapes, presumably that's what's going to happen, and have to be questioned about these tapes, both under direct examination and cross-examination. I know Elizabeth has said she's very calm and composed. I wonder if things might change then and what we should take away from that testimony.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough thing to do. She's going to be asked about the tapes. She's also going to be asked to describe what's happening. She's going to be asked to identify people who are in that video. She's going to be asked to, identify the prostitutes, right? Because that's a big part of this case. So who is paid to be there in these? She's almost going to have to do like play-by-play, and it's uncomfortable. I don't know how she's going to deal with it.
I think the most significant parts of the tapes are if you see or hear Sean Combs directing her,
right,
and particularly in a aggressive manner to take certain steps or action. I believe no
From the trial necessarily, they come from the investigation leading up to the trial. And it's a question here whether the government wants to bring charges against co-conspirators or others. I think they were more interested in having witnesses. I said when this all started that probably people were deciding or they were going to be defendants, because I bet the government brought some pressure to bear on that decision.
Question from Alpha and Omega Forever. Will the prosecution subpoena other celebrities seen in the evidence later in the case? That's presuming there are celebrities that are, well, let me rephrase. In the lead up to this trial, during the jury selection process, there was a people and places list, right? Does the jury know any of these people and places? There were some celebrity names on there. Doesn't mean they're in the tapes, doesn't mean they're part of relevant evidence, but will the prosecution subpoena celebrities in this trial?
Yeah, I don't know. That goes back to the discussion we were having. Is it actually in the prosecution's favor to drag other celebrities into this and make it maybe seem like a Hollywood thing? If they had certain people who had important testimony to give and were willing to cooperate and do it, want to put it on, but I don't know if that's happening.
Question from Rachel Wilson. If people outside the courthouse admit they're trying to influence the jury, not just protesting, could they be held accountable for that?
I don't know if they can be held accountable. You know, we see this now in trials. There's a trial some people are watching in Massachusetts where there's been a big fight about who can be in front of the courthouse and how far do they have to be from the courthouse.
For anybody who doesn't know.
Yeah, that's it. You've heard of it. So if it starts to be a problem, then the parties can address it with the court, and the court has some power to, yeah, we're not going to let anybody line up where the jurors come in and out because that would be hard for them, right? That's the one thing you don't want them doing, is influencing the jury. Otherwise, people will have a right to be outside the courthouse. They have a right to make their opinion known.
I will tell you, the time that I saw this in a way I've never seen before was Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. When I was in that courtroom, when Amber Heard was testifying, the courtroom was filled with Johnny Depp supporters. And I will tell you, as she was testifying, there were snickers, there were people murmuring under their breath. The court deputy had to come over and tell people to be quiet. That created a different environment, and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
And that was a problem, because from a purely legal point of view, you don't want that outside pressure on the witnesses, on the court, on the attorneys, on the jury. I didn't like it.
So now you're talking about it. There's all sorts of opinion and discussion on social media, and then there's people outside the courthouse, but courthouse, and that conduct the judge out of the courtroom.
Yeah,
right. That should be instantaneous, and if necessary. I'm big on public access. Trials are supposed to be accessible to the public, but if that public access interferes with the fairness of the trial, then it needs to be addressed. And then you need to put some guidelines, you need to put some guardrails on it.
Got a question from Sham Adam. I have a question. What has Cassie's domestic abuse have to do with the RICO case? Are they related?
Yeah, well, I think that domestic abuse includes making her have sex acts with prostitutes. That relates to transporting prostitutes across state lines or transporting them for criminal activity. I think it's all interconnected. I don't know whether the actual physical abuse is itself a predicate act. I don't know that.
So this goes to another question from Stephen Plantain. What kind of technology will be used in the courtroom to allow the jurors to view any video evidence, one big screen or individual screens for each juror? I'm going back to what was reported earlier, and Elizabeth was talking about it too, where the public has a right to know what's happening at the trial, that we wouldn't show the videos. The prosecutor says we wouldn't show the videos to the courtroom gallery, the jurors and everyone in the well would wear headphones. So it does become a question if they have individual screens. Yeah, and so it becomes what's going to be in the sealing order. But you heard a little bit from Elizabeth too. Quite the view of that video.
The jurors sit in the Southern District of New York. There are 2 rows of jury seats, and there are video screens in front of them. I don't remember if it's 1 screen per juror. It is.
But that's common. You can have that.
It is, but it is multiple screens. So they're watching it on a screen. That courthouse typically isn't set up. Some courthouses have 1 giant screen where everybody watches it, and then
how are you a participant in your own abuse? That would make sense. I don't think you could be a participant in your own sex trafficking. But did she sign an immunity deal to testify?
I certainly would have asked for one if I was her. I
Really?
Don't know. Oh, absolutely. She's the star witness in this RICO trial against Sean Combs. They want her.
Meaning she could be a participant in other people's abuse or alleged abuse.
Yes. So she should have said, if I'm going to testify to all of this stuff, then I want to make sure you're not going to prosecute me for it. Because in theory, some of the things she's being asked, she could have taken the Fifth. She's participating arguably in some criminal. For her to agree to do that, I wouldn't be surprised if she has an immunity agreement.
It was ruled that her husband, Alex Fine, would be allowed to be in court for parts of her testimony. There was a back and forth discussion about whether or not that should be permitted because he may be called as a witness depending upon what she says on the stand. What's your take on him being allowed to be in the courtroom, and why could that be an issue?
Okay, so typically you have an exclusion order that witnesses can't be in the courtroom prior to their testimony, right? So most fact witnesses aren't allowed in the courtroom to see what other fact witnesses had to say. That's for the sanctity of their testimony. You can make exceptions to that in special circumstances. And so someone said to the judge, given everything in this case, she needs the support of having her husband. And by the way, he is a tangential witness. Like, I don't even, like, do you know what he's going to be asked about?
Maybe if she ever made any mention about maybe the lawsuit.
But that's tangential. He's not a victim. He's not claiming he was abused by Sean Combs.
Well, I think a big theme is her filing the lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
And the question would become, did she mention anything about, her intentions of filing a lawsuit or settling the lawsuit?
Judge balanced those things and decided that he can be in the courtroom. I don't have a problem with that.
So we've been running a number of polls on YouTube, and thank you so much for your participation. I think it's quite illuminating to get your responses to this because you wonder what the jury might be thinking. Question: do you believe the settlement between Cassie Ventura and Sean Diddy Combs indicates guilt? You ready for this? 80% say yes, 20% say no. Wow.
No. I say no. I would be in the minority of this thing. People settle lawsuits all the time, even if they think they might win in court. Just the idea of litigating sometimes. Forget about being a star. You have a lawsuit. It's going to require you to expend so much money on lawyers. You're going to have to go to court. It's going to tie you up for a couple years. Then you're going to go in front of a jury who's going to decide this claim, and who knows what they'll decide. So lots and lots of people for.
It's Rich Schoenstein. Okay. Question from Allie Jones: will the video public ever? You know what we're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that question.
Probably not.
I was listening to Elizabeth Milner, who was reporting from outside the courthouse, and she's fantastic. I've been on with her many times. And she was saying, the people in the media, They want to have access to it so they can report on it, not for any salacious,
Sure.
Just so they can report on it. Yes, I would trust Elizabeth with those videos. There are a lot of people on the YouTube that I would not trust with those videos. There are people to those videos to turn them into money-making endeavors one way or another, and potentially to embarrass the people that are in those videos who aren't on trial for anything. So I think there are some pretty serious privacy concerns here.
I agree. I don't necessarily, look, I'm in the media. I think that there's an issue to report on what's being seen because it's a piece of evidence. However, I don't necessarily believe everybody, it should be released. I think there's just too much danger. I think the risk outweighs the benefit. Okay, so again, by the way, the reason we're showing you courtroom sketches, the reason we're having Elizabeth Milner come out and do a play-by-play of what happened in court, the reason Rich and I are on air right now and doing live reporting about Cassie Ventura's testimony, which is about to start up again, is because there are no cameras in the courtroom. There's no audio in the courtroom. It's not like Lori Vallow Daybell. I think that is a big issue. I think it's a problem. I've heard the counter arguments before. It might raise a risk, ensuring a fair trial, that there could be a risk to the jurors, there could be an issue for the lawyers, the judge. I don't buy it. I think that this is a case of too much public interest involving very important issues, but yet the federal courts have never changed on that.
Yeah. The federal courts and also New York state courts don't allow generally cameras in the courtroom, and I hate it. I'm a big believer in public access to the courts, especially these days, because we have so much second guessing about the court system and complaining about the court system, and this judge is biased and this judge needs to be impeached and people get treated favorably, and there's no better cure to that than to let people inside the courtroom and see how a trial works and see what a judge really does and see how a jury deals with it, and especially in a case like this that's high profile and, by the way, has some very important issues in the trial as to what is acceptable and what is not acceptable conduct, what is consent and what is not consent. These are issues we should be thinking about and talking about. They should allow cameras in those courtrooms. Absolutely.
And look, we're trying our best to take the transcripts, the actual verbatim transcripts, use them in our various shows that you can check out on YouTube. We're also experimenting with this AI recreation, so taking the transcripts, using them to create, again, depictions of what was happening in that courtroom. You can check it out on YouTube. We're experimenting a little bit with there. So we have a super chat question. Thank you so much. This is from Zenpai. Can civil discovery aid the feds? So I wonder if you're talking about discovery and all the lawsuits, can that be used to help the feds in this criminal case?
In theory, it could. I don't know if those civil suits are really going forward. For the most part, civil litigation in a matter like this will be stayed pending the criminal investigation. Because, for example, you can't take a deposition of Sean Combs while he's under trial for federal crimes. So usually the civil litigation actually lags. But if there is discovery, it could be used. And certainly what the victims have, right? You would think somebody from the federal government has called every single person who's brought a lawsuit against Sean Combs to ask them about the facts and to try to get whatever evidence they have.
Got another question from Danny. Danny asked the question earlier today. Got another question. Did he have taken the plea deal? Right? There was reporting that he rejected a deal. Now, when this case first broke, I was of the opinion, there's no way he's taking a deal, right? He's rushing towards a trial. It's remarkable that you have a trial going at the federal level in under a year from an arrest and indictment. To me, not only did he feel that he could beat the case, he didn't want to spend one more day in lockup. And I didn't think he was going to take a deal. I didn't think it was likely. He apparently rejected some sort of offer. We don't know what it was. Guests have said to me, as this trial progresses, actually want to take a deal in the middle of the trial. I don't know if it would still be on the table. Your thoughts?
Well, I expect some sort of deal. The question is, what is the deal, right? Should he take a deal? I assume there's no offer they would ever make him that doesn't involve jail time.
And I would say double digits.
Double-digit jail time. I agree with that. So now you have a real quagmire, right? You have a real decision for him to make. Do I want to agree? And we have viewers who think him entering into a civil settlement of a civil lawsuit is confession of wrongdoing. How do you think they're going to feel if he takes a plea deal, right? Yeah. So it's a public relations disaster. It's jail for a long period of time, and it's a concession by him. I mean, would he take a deal? I bet if you offered him a year in jail, he would take a deal, but I don't know if you're saying 20.
Yeah, it does become a question when you're looking at potentially life in prison and on the sex trafficking charge, minimum 15 years in prison. I've got a question from Negi. Is it possible with his power, celeb status, that those testifying change their mind based on being scared of him? It's an interesting question considering we have this problem with alleged victim number 3 and her testifying, not testifying, can be found, not be found. What do you think?
I think it is a concern certainly that the government would have. I think that's something they had to think about with every single witness they wanted to bring in as a potential victim. And I think it is a motivation to get those victims on the stand as soon as possible.
We answered this already. This was a question from Jesse K. Do you think there's a chance that Diddy will plead guilty at some time during the trial once he realizes he might be going down to get a lesser sentence? We talked about that. Cassandra Ventura is going to continue her direct examination. It's 1:13 p.m. Not exactly sure if that's going to continue for the rest of the day, and then they get to cross, maybe tomorrow. Cross-examination of an alleged victim, star witness in this case. Case rises and falls based on her testimony. I personally think. How do you cross-examine her? She's, 8.5 months pregnant? By the way, we're going to be releasing courtroom sketches. We're kind of got a quick glimpse of them. She looks quite pregnant, okay? My question is, how do you cross-examine her if you're the defense in a way that doesn't turn the jury against you?
So it is a tough thing to do because you have to cross-examine her. You can't take a pass on it. What I would do if I was cross-examining her is I would try to start by finding some things test her credibility on, even if they weren't important. Like if there's something she testified to that I can show is not true, I would put that in front of the jury so they immediately begin to question her honesty. I would spend a lot of time showing the positives of the relationship, the duration, the happy photographs. I'm sure there are social media posts, whatever there was, quotes of her commenting about the relationship. I would spend a lot of time on consent to the various acts that were done. And I don't know that you can do that much. You can't go after this way. You can't go after a victim with that video and her sitting on the stand 8 months pregnant and all you've heard. You can't go up and think you're going to rip her to shreds. You have to be really shrewd about this.
Have a question from D. Williams. If you're subpoenaed to show up, you must show up. If they don't, you're going to get arrested.
Yes.
Yeah, they'll do it.
I mean, well, sure, but also where were you? You have to be a certain distance from the courthouse to be subpoenaed, so there are some issues. But yes, people duck subpoenas.
I have a question for you. I want to circle back to day one, yesterday. The first witnesses who testified, the security guard who had worked at the LA Intercontinental Hotel, the whole Cassandra Ventura tape, David Phillip, this male performer who claims he was paid to have sex with Cassie as Combs watched and pleasured himself. Baby oil, Astroglide, that whole stuff. Do you think those were good witnesses for the prosecution?
Yeah, I think they were fine. The security guard is good because he has no real skin in the game.
Yeah.
He's just a security guard, so he kind of has instant credibility, and he brings this tape into play.
And police officer.
And brings into play immediately the idea that they were trying to buy the tape to hide it, which I think is an important part of that whole story. So I think they were fine. I think it would have been weird to be like, okay, we're done opening statements. Witness one, here's Cassie. I think that would have been too soon.
Well, again, and I mentioned, I said David, it was Daniel Phillip. Look, I go back to what I said earlier. You establish her credibility, you build it up with other witnesses, you build it up with the tape. So when she testifies, the jury is in a much different position to analyze her. Again, the same thing happened in real time. I think when you talk about her suing Sean Combs in November of 2023, one thing to take away, are her allegations true or not? That video comes out, changes the entire scenario, entire game. You had the openings, though. They were relatively short. I was always predicting that maybe the openings would last the entire day. Relatively short in a complicated RICO and sex trafficking case, not bit by bit. I imagine the closings will be a bit longer. Is that unusual? Do you like a longer opening statement or a shorter opening statement?
No, short opening statements are smart. Short opening statements as a general matter are smart because you can't go up there and tell the jury everything you're going to prove over 8 weeks. You can't tell them every witness. You can't tell them every piece of evidence you're going to introduce. You can't discuss the law. You can't go over all the counts. You have to give them a general view of the case. And I thought from what I read, both the prosecution and the defense did that. I think an hour is perfect for an opening.
Well, let me also give you an update. Officially, Cassandra Ventura is back on the stand, so we're going to provide you updates and reports on her testimony as it continues. You have to imagine, I don't think I'm wrong by saying that this case rises and falls with her, right? She is the star witness. She is victim number one. There are going to be other alleged victims who testify, but if the jury says, I don't buy it, they're going to go into maybe looking at the other alleged victims a little differently, right? And plus, if they don't buy it and they believe maybe the other alleged victims, you said it before, you can't build a racketeering sex trafficking case on just one victim, or maybe you can. I don't know. I mean, you could, because they're individually charged. There's sex trafficking of victim one and sex trafficking of victim two.
She is the most important witness in the case from what I know, because you have the most serious allegations of his abuse of an individual person about her. And if the jury concluded that that was all nonsense, that she was a consensual participant in a relationship, it would very much undermine the prosecution.
Okay, first update from her back on the stand. Prosecutor asks, who is your manager at Bad Boy Records? And Cassandra Ventura says, James Cruz. What did he tell you? Ventura responds that he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean. Why is that important?
Well, because Sean's the head of this alleged criminal enterprise. Everything flows through Sean Combs. So that's what they have to show.
Remember we talked about release of the sex tapes, the freak-off tapes? So we put another poll up there. Should the public have access to trial footage and testimonies? What do you think? What do you think the percentage was?
Should they have access to trial?
Should the public have access to trial footage and testimonies? So I guess that includes everything.
North of 90%, yes.
That's correct. 91% say yes, 9% say no. I'll correct it. I didn't mean actually the videotapes per se, but access to trial footage and testimony. That's my audience. That's the audience we like to hear.
Well, the people who are on YouTube watching us want to see what's happening in the trial, for sure.
Rel asks, what if the hotel video the feds have? It's not the only evidence the feds have.
It's not.
Particularly because it's the Southern District of New York. They don't go against somebody like a Sean Combs unless they have the goods.
Yeah, I don't think this case would be tried in the fashion it's being tried unless the prosecutors were very sure that they had the evidence they needed.
Rachel Stockman, our president here at Law and Crime, has asked a question. Hi, Rachel. Since she is the key witness, do you think it's smart to put her on so early during the trial? I do. I said it before, I'll say it again. I think it was brilliant to not even start with her, but to start with the security guard, to start with the 2016 video, to start with this male performer. You build up her credibility. So when she takes the stand, the jury is a much more beneficial position to evaluate her testimony. It's, again, I go back to what I said. She filed her lawsuit in November of 2023. These were wild, unheard of allegations. You wondered, telling the truth, not telling the truth. As soon as that video came out, it not only corroborated one particular moment in her complaint, arguably corroborated her entire account. She is the star witness. I also think from a practical point of view, she's got to testify early before she gives birth.
Right.
Because the worst thing about not having victim number 3 is not having victim number 1 testify.
And I'll add one other thing. I'll add one other thing to that. So she's the star witness because of the allegations of what he did to her. She's also, I assume, the witness who's going to cover the broadest, right? She was with him for 10 years. So she not only knows what happened to her, but she knows about him. She knows about his businesses. She knows about this alleged criminal enterprise. She knows about other predicate acts. And typically at trial, if you have a witness like that who really covers a large area of what you're trying to prove, you put him up sooner rather than later, because it doesn't make any sense to put on a lot of little witnesses and then bring in the big one.
I agree. Okay, so we have another update from court. Prosecutor asks Cassandra Ventura, how did you make money if your records weren't being released? Ventura responds, I did hosting parties when Sean approved them. What comments did Sean make about your physical appearance? That I look too Mexican with my hair like that. Now, this goes back to what was in the indictment. In the indictment, there was an allegation that Sean Combs controlled all aspects of her life. Her money, her career, her physical appearance. There's a question about medical records. Control is a central aspect of sex trafficking. And sex trafficking is crimes of racketeering, right? I mean, that seems to be the value of that testimony, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. He's directing how she appears. He's directing whether or not she can do hosting parties. He basically has to approve everything that she wants to do. That comment about her looking too Mexican is interesting because that comment is not really relevant to any of the allegations, and it's a little prejudicial depending on who's sitting on that jury because it paints him as maybe being a bit prejudiced.
Well, could the defense work with it and say, he's interested in helping your career, okay? He's managed a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
He was making a judgment, maybe racist or not, making a judgment about how to help you. He's a concerned boyfriend. He's a concerned
micromanager.
Right.
We concede he's a micromanager. He's got his hand in everything. And, if you think that's too much, so be it. But that doesn't make him a racketeer.
Do you think the strength in numbers of the people who had worked with Sean Combs, if they testify, chiefs of staff, a chef, assistants, do you think that's going to help the prosecution or could it work to their disadvantage? You have so many people who are now coming out saying they're disgruntled, saying they saw issues, but why they keep on working with him. I wonder the strength in numbers argument with the people who were around him.
Yeah, I don't, just from what we know about him and his business success, and really his success story obviously is getting sort of pushed aside because of this trial, but it's really remarkable what he built in terms of entertainment and in terms of business. And so he did have a lot of people working for him. A guy like that had a lot of people working for him. That doesn't make him a racketeer either. And it's interesting if the jury thinks those people show up at trial and they still like him. That could resonate with the jury.
Well, the defense didn't shy away from the fact you're probably not going to like this guy. Respect him for doing that. But doesn't mean it's a defense. Okay, another update from court. The prosecutor asks, how did he like your nails? And Ventura responds, white, French tipped. Prosecutor asks, hair? It varied. I shaved my head in 2009. What about your body? He told me to work out, prepare for the freak-offs. How did you feel about his comments? It varied. So, mixed bag there about what to take away from that. I think, talking about preparing for the freak-offs is something, but the idea of her saying my response varied, I think that helps her credibility. Right? And she didn't say, I hated everything.
Right.
That helps.
I think she's got to do that. I think it's important for her not to try to come across as a captive hostage at the beck and call of him every minute for 10 years. There's got to be a little bit of nuance there.
Because even though she's the star witness, you don't want her to appear like she's a crusader against Sean Combs. You want her just to.
Oh.
Why can that backfire?
Oh, you want to. The most important thing is that the jury believes her.
Correct.
The most important thing is that's more important than what she says, because she's going to say a variety of bad things about him. They had the one thing on video. You want the jury to believe her. If the jury thinks she's a liar, then she could have set up any of this.
The prosecutor asks, this is another update from court. Again, no cameras, no audio. We're doing our best to report back to you in real time about Cassandra Ventura's testimony that's happening right now as we speak. How did Sean pay for, what else did Sean pay for? She replies, cars. Did he give you cash? Yes, but he would take things away depending upon how he felt. What else would he take away? This is an interesting response. My self-confidence. Who would take things away? Staff. That is racketeering, right? The more you include staff, the more you include help, the more you show there's a common enterprise. I guess am I stretching it too much?
No, you're going in the right direction, but there's got to be some more specifics in that testimony. Staff took away my self-confidence. What does that mean? Somebody did something. They have to show specifically what staff did, and they have to show that it was ultimately directed by Sean Combs.
Got a question from SL600. Can the jury view the threat to write a tell book if she wasn't paid as extortion? I don't know if I follow that one.
So was she threatening to write a tell-all book? I don't know what else she would have written after that complaint that was filed in 2023. Did she threaten to write a tell-all book, and is that extortion? It would go to credibility, right?
Yeah.
This idea that she sued him for the money, she wants to write a tell-all book, she's made a deal with the prosecution, she's still marketing herself. Those are all credibility issues that the defense can try to drag out.
Another update. Remember when she said that staff would take things away? So Cassandra Ventura kind of corrected that answer and said, I assume staff. The defense objected. The judge said, jury will disregard that last answer. Prosecutor says, who took your laptop and phone? Ventura responds, security. Prosecutor says, how long would they be gone for? Ventura responds, however long I was being punished for. Thoughts?
Yes. Well, that gets at it. When she's being punished, right, she's in a relationship with Sean Combs. So you don't think, even when there's a person who has a lot of staff because he's rich and famous, you don't think of them getting the staff involved in the domestic part. So the staff shouldn't be involved in punishing your girlfriend. And that gets you into sort of predicate act territory.
If you were the prosecution, should you dedicate just a full day to everybody who worked for Combs and helped him facilitate this alleged illegal activity? Do you just dedicate 1 or 2 days, just staff member, staff member, staff member, staff member?
So I don't know how I would do it exactly, but if I was prosecuting the case, I would try to build an org chart. I would try to build a demonstrative I could show the jury that would have Sean Combs on the top and lines that flow down to his various staff members. And then I would add to that demonstrative the specific things those various staff members did to Cassie or otherwise relevant in the case, and try to show that it all flowed down through this enterprise, through this organization.
We have a super chat question. Thank you so much from Get Right 904, Mike a Beast. Why should we care if Diddy's lawyer goes hard at her? She was down for everything. She married his trainer. Of course, Diddy stopped giving her money. Then out of nowhere, she sues. She was finding men and girls. So you have somebody here who has legitimate objections to Cassandra Ventura, who I think this will be a struggle for the prosecution. You know, I think saying that everything was coerced and everything was against her will could 100% be true, but also may be difficult. I go back to what I said before. It's not a classic sex trafficking case where you have a shadowy organization who is kidnapping girls from another country, selling them off to somebody else. She testifies, explains what happens to her. She was trafficked. This is different. And I wonder if Get Right 904 Mike DeBeast's concerns are legitimate.
So
I think they are.
As I hear that question, they're asking, why should we care if the cross-examination goes hard? And if you have the views that that question suggests, you should care because it could hurt the efficacy of the cross-examination with the jury, who doesn't necessarily, sitting there on day 2 of the trial, have the same views as the person who wrote that question. And you cannot look like you're up there bullying this victim of domestic abuse who's now 8 months pregnant. It's going to get you in trouble.
Would you like some company? Because I know I sure would. I love hanging out with you, Rich, and you're going to stay with us. But guess who we got? We got former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani, who's with us right now. Talking about Cassandra Ventura. Oh, man, almost for 2 hours. What do you think there are the strengths of what she said so far? And do you see openings for the defense to exploit?
I do see openings for the defense. Look, she's calm. She's been pretty soft-spoken. She's whispering. Obviously, she's very pregnant, 8.5 months pregnant. I think what I would want to see is how she holds up on cross. I mean, these are softball questions. She did talk about how she fell in love with him, and that really goes to that consent issue, right? How much of this was consensual? How much of it was coerced? And you and Rich have been talking about this. So I think what I would want is to see more evidence of the violence, things that Philip talked about yesterday, the hair pulling, the glass being thrown at her, right? Obviously, her being punched, the purple eye. I mean, no human being would consent to those types of things. So the extent that we can have more violence and less just freaky sex would be.
You're building up to that, Nima, right? How did you begin your relationship? Building up the level of your age difference, taking things away from her, what she can do, what she can't do, and then you throw in the violence. And I said it before, I'll say it again. It seems to me, Nima, that as soon as the argument comes, well, what happens if she said no, or what happens if she objected? Look what happened with the 2016 video. I wonder if they're going to dedicate a significant amount of time to that video and what happened.
Oh, absolutely. And it was a big issue during jury selection and a big issue from the jump. I mean, their first witness was, Officer Flores to authenticate that video, right? And to establish the bribery. So we know the video is everything, and video is everything in any case, because people can lie, but video doesn't lie. And that's how powerful that 2016 video. Frankly, I still expect there to be a lot more video, because Combs reportedly would videotape these freak-offs. I know there was some discussion by the media about seeing those freak-offs, but other non-freak-off related video, because there was a treasure trove of evidence that was retrieved when HSI agents raided Diddy's Los Angeles and Miami homes.
I think that's coming up next. I think it's coming up this afternoon, where she's going to be shown the videos. The jury's going to be shown the videos. She has to describe what's happening. Combs allegedly directing her. That's the key. That's the line there. Directing, coercion, control. That's how you get to sex trafficking. Okay, we have an update from court. Prosecutor asks Ventura, how often were you in contact with Sean's staff? Ventura responds, daily. Who are in these photos? Ventura's asked. She replies, Christina Coram and Miss Fletcher. What did you call Miss Coram? KK. And who's this? D-Rock. He was Sean's security. Let me ask you a question here, Nima. If you're the prosecutor and you're bringing up these specific names, are they definitely being called as witnesses?
I think Christina Coram, absolutely. That's Diddy's right-hand woman. I mean, she knows where the bodies are buried. She reportedly would procure the sex workers, would have a fanny pack with the drugs. I'm surprised. I would be very surprised if she hasn't flipped and she's not cooperating, because under the RICO statute, even if she didn't participate in the freak-offs, if she set them up, she's on the hook substantively for that sex trafficking. So she has significant exposure. She's at the top of the food chain when it comes to Diddy's entourage and his organization. So she would be one of the government star witness, of course, aside from the victims themselves.
Rich, throw it over to you. Millie Iwano, reason would the defense call Alex Fine, Cassie's husband, up as a witness?
Well, we were talking about this earlier. I don't know unless verify that she told him certain things, although I'm not even sure that would be admissible, or maybe that he witnessed violence. I don't know, because I don't know how long he's been in the picture.
Again, I go to the idea maybe questioned about the lawsuit and her intentions and motivations.
I wanted to say one thing about something Nima said that I thought
Sure.
was, I always like what Nima said, but the point about needing more violence if you're the prosecution, I totally agree with that, right? One of the things about this tape of the encounter in the hotel is if it's a one-off, the jury will treat it entirely differently. True. It's just no one should be judged on the basis of their worst night. And he went wild for some reason. But if it's connected by other acts, whether supported by video or not, just credible testimony, that this kind of violence was a persistent and regular thing in the relationship, that's going to be a much different story.
And it might not all be documented on surveillance tape, but if you had Mr. Phillip yesterday say, I saw abuse myself, that's corroboration. Obviously, eyewitness testimony, very different than surveillance tapes, but who knows what else the prosecution has. Let me ask you this, Nima. We got a question from Penny Miller. Do we know the list of people he called and attempted to prevent them from testifying? I know he's accused of obstruction and bribery, and I do wonder if whether or not his alleged actions behind bars won't become a factor in this case, but I don't think so, right?
I don't think so. I mean, obviously, the government superseded multiple times. They could have added those obstruction charges. I know it was a big issue at the bail hearing. I mean, ultimately, obstruction could be a RICO predicate act, but it's not something that the Department of Justice outlined in their opening statement. It's possible it comes in, but I don't think so at this point.
Okay, this is an interesting line of testimony just coming in now from court. Prosecutor asks Cassandra Ventura, how frequently were you in Sean's residences? She replies, all the time. Did they all have safes? To which she responds, yes. What did you observe in them? What did you observe in these safes? Ventura responds, cash, jewelry, cameras, and guns in New York, LA, and Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. That feels particularly relevant, Nima. Talk to us about why.
Of course, the guns, obviously, and we know that guns were seized when his homes were raided. And the cameras, right? If it was in the ordinary course, why would you lock up your camera in the safe and the video in the safe? That must have been something potentially unlawful, something that you could be used to blackmail. Otherwise, something valuable. You put valuables in the safe, like jewelry, right? So Combs at least thought that video would be helpful if Cassie Ventura is going to identify other people who participated in the freak-offs.
Question for you, Nima. I mean, I have more questions for you, but I got another question for you right now. This is from CMF 702. Does Cassie's reluctance to report to the police hurt her credibility?
It's something that does. You know, whenever you don't have those contemporaneous reports, that's something that the defense is going to hang its hat on, right? The fact that she filed a civil lawsuit, that she's making these allegations years later. We know that the government is going to bring in a witness to explain all this, the psychology of abuse, physical and sexual abuse, why people who are in love with their abusers, they don't report it right away. And this is something that they fronted, right? They asked, well, you know, why didn't you call the police? And Flora said, well, the victim, there really was no victim. She didn't want to report this. She just wanted to leave. So they're going to have an explanation for this. And this is consistent with a lot of domestic violence and sexual assault cases where the victim doesn't report it right away.
Nima, I lied to you. I have another question for you. Just came in. This is from Alpha and Omega Forever. If witness 3, so alleged victim number 3, doesn't show up, what's going to happen?
Big problem. And, you know, this is something I've been talking about from the beginning. You know, what you want to do in these types of cases, and it doesn't matter if you have a Weinstein or a Cosby or a Diddy, you really want to overwhelm the defense with the sheer number of victims, because jurors may have a tough time believing 1 or 2 victims, but if victim after victim is telling the same story of physical and sexual violence, that's very difficult to overcome. Now, obviously, here you're not going to call the 100 people who have raised civil claims, but maybe if you're the government, you don't want to hang your hat on just 3, because obviously Cassie is an ex. So the argument there is that maybe she's a disgruntled ex-girlfriend that has an axe to grind. You have one other victim. And then, and especially in a case like this where you have a defendant that has almost unlimited money, there's always the potential that someone gets paid off. I'm not saying that, he's going to do something illegal, but you have to, at least accept that possibility if you're the government, or that he may intimidate one of the victims not to show. If it were me, I would like to have at least 5-6 victims in a case like this that I know are locked and loaded that may not go sideways.
See, I think she is so important because she is the connective tissue for each charge. So not just racketeering, not just staff, not just team members, but predicate crimes. Kidnapping, right? Well, maybe kidnapping. We'll get to that. But, drug trafficking. We know that there's an allegation. Obviously, there's sex trafficking. But this is what's so interesting. The reason I bring it up is because her testimony so far mirrors what her allegations were in her civil complaint. Why do I say that? She just testified, and I'll throw this to you, Rich. Do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Now, again, this is from her complaint. Yes, we were having a freak off in L.A. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. What was your reaction? The prosecutor asks. I cried, said, don't do something stupid. And this is the allegation that he took a weapon and, was going after Suge Knight, who is his rival. They are basing all of this on her complaint. And again, goes to the idea of why none of these criminal charges would have advanced, I think, without her filing her lawsuit. What do you take away from what they're doing here?
Well, okay, so I agree. It demonstrates again that the filing of that civil complaint at the end of 2023 is really the seminal act that gets you to this trial today of a criminal matter. It also goes to what I was saying is broadly. She's not just testifying about what happened to her. She's testifying about the safe. She's testifying about the guns. She's testifying through her as they can, which I guess makes sense.
And Nima, I'll throw to you. We have another update from court. Prosecutor asks, were you ever handed a gun? Again, an allegation verbatim from her complaint. Yes, we were going to a club in downtown LA. We'd taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out. Who was present? A driver, security, and Sean. Becomes a question if they're going to testify. What do you think about that?
Also important, right? Guns, violence, security, all that goes to that force, that goes to that coercion, right? And so, obviously you want definitive statements like have sex with this individual or I will kill you, I will harm you. But, you don't necessarily need that to prove coercion. Would a reasonable person think they can't say no? And, if there's that age difference, there's that power disparity, right? And someone has a significant arms and they're giving you one of them, potentially loaded, that's a big deal.
Well, listen, it is a big deal. There's a lot more we could break down. We have been live straight for 2 hours breaking down Cassandra Ventura's testimony. I don't have a voice anymore, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to thank Nima. I'm going to thank Rich, my excellent guests, for breaking down all of my questions, all of your questions. You two were terrific. Thank you both so much for taking the time, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Rich.
And I want to thank all of our viewers as well for listening to this and for following us. And I also real quickly want to thank our incredible sponsor who helps support us and helps us to put on these shows. That is Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm. And if I can quickly just tell you about them, this is a major firm. Okay, this is a firm that secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, this was all after insurance offered them very little in each of these cases. So even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim, fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan, they make it so simple. You can do all of it right from your phone. It only takes about 8 clicks. So from submitting contracts, signing documents, talking to your legal team can all be done from your phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live. You can also click the link below or scan the QR code on screen. So thank you again to Morgan & Morgan. Thank you so much, everybody. We are going to continue to cover the Diddy trial in all aspects on YouTube. We're going to continue to do these live shows for you. Everyone out there, have a great day, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, man, this is a commercial break. We we'll switch it up, man. We're gonna sit back and see what Suge Knight got going on, man. There's a few of his interviews. We'll come back and chop game about it later. Right now, we just getting it together. Y'all.
But you know, certain things shouldn't be discussed. Because, you know, I love both of those dudes. All the love in the world for them, you know. I don't even know why this spoke a little bit of the truth. But I'm gonna really back in a little bit, you know, because I really cherish the people I do know. I really do understand that words are powerful. Sometimes the truth is stronger than anything. And I often like to try to change my ways of, I still believe in standing on the truth, but I'm not really trying to smother nobody with the truth either. Because I always say, you can say some good news about somebody, they barely make it down the street. You say some not considered good news or bad news about a motherfucker, it'll make it around the world, not down the street, it'll make it around the world 10 times before good news make it down the street. So that's been said, it goes without saying.
Good guy media outlet.
That's the situation.
Good guy media outlet.
Just like the song Must Be the Money. When it was time to make one of the songs for Dion, you know, once again, when people think they're in the studio with Death Row, they around the Death Row people, everybody want to shoot a motherfucker. Everybody want to beat a motherfucker. Everybody want to, and it's crazy because even though Dion curse, he stays saying bullshit, he wants to say, but he want, and we like, nah, man, you can't be gangster, you know. So everybody was like, talk about stuff like, and people see, when you do music, it's supposed to be believable. So even if you don't shoot people, even if you don't rob nobody, but an artist, a rapper can be a great actor and you believe what they're talking about. You can have an ugly bitch say she pretty. In reality, ugly is a motherfucker. But if she got confidence with it, you believe she pretty. And if a guy a square dude and he acting like he a gangster, you'll believe it. So when it came to Dion, we was like, let's give you like, you got money, you Deion Sanders. So therefore, it must be the money. That's how that song came about. And everything was done specifically for him. And if they would have dropped it, when I say drop it, it would have shut everything down. Because Prime was in his prime. And that's a great song. Still today, when you think about it, people came and bit that hook, but we did that hook for Dion a long time ago. By the way, Dion, you getting the publishing off of it and the commercials off of it. I ain't a tight end. Did I get my bread back though or what? But you know, Dion is a good dude, man. I ain't gonna say nothing bad about him. Hammer, me and Hammer, we go way back. And me and Louis Burrell, which is Hammer's brother, we call him Barbecue. We always been great friends, you know, been on tours together when I was out there with Al Heyman. And I was watching BET. And Hammer was on there. And I didn't see Hammer, you know, anybody that really know Hammer don't go nowhere without his pieces, his watch, his chain. And I didn't see those pieces on him. So immediately I felt that something was wrong, so I got on the horn and told Hammer I need to holler at him. I better get him out to L.A. So I flew him and the homie Wee Wee out. And the minute he got there, he told me what was going on. So I took Hammer, we went and got his his jewelry back, got his cars back, gave some bread, got him a high rise. He bought a Rolls, he bought a Hummer, and we started getting it in, you know. And, you know, introduced him to everybody. He know everybody, but not on the one-on-one page. Like, we're going to be doing some work together for him. The first person I talked to about it was Pac. And Pac had always been outspoken. So Pac wasn't on board at first. He was like, nah, man, Hammer can't come to Death Row, and, you know, his style of music ain't our style of music. If he going to do his style of music, he got to stick to dancing. Because, you know, Hammer was on some gangster shit. And Pac didn't like that. And I was like, you know, this Hammer, we got to at least get him a shot. So I told Pac that I wanted him to do a song for Hammer. So usually when we get a song done for someone, I can Pac the writer, he'll go in and do the vocals. I'll put it on a CD or cassette, and they'll listen to it for a week or two till they learn it and perform it exactly like the person wrote it. So the first song we did for Hammer, at least one of the first songs, it was a song called Unconditional Love. The reason why Pac picked that song, because he was like, well, Hammer ain't gangster, Hammer ain't street, so Hammer been married all this time. He said, even though I never met his wife or nothing like that, but he knew Hammer was married. So he did a song called Unconditional Love. That song supposed to came out on Hammer, but when I went to prison, they put it out on for Tupac. Tupac would have been mad as a motherfucker because he did that song specifically just for Hammer. So that's how it started, you know. And we did a lot more songs for Hammer. We finished the album up for Hammer. But unfortunately, when I got locked up, and then Hammer had came through and took all the songs we did for him, all the reels and the masters and stuff, and took them. Everybody was hot about it, but I was like, Hammer's still my brother, you know. Everybody want to deal with it a certain way, and you can't treat you treat someone else in the streets. As a matter of fact, Eric B. wanted to do a project, and Hammer had some songs from Tupac that he stole out the studio. That wasn't Tupac's song, but it was Pac vocals. Eric B. was like, man, I'm going to do this project. I want to use those songs. Hammer was like, nah, I ain't fucking with you. And recently, not recently, but a while back, somebody called me and was like, hey, I got these Tupac songs because I bought Hammer storage. He owed $100 and he didn't pay it, so I got them. I said, well, you can't use them. That's considered stolen property, you know. However, that's how that went. At the same time, you know, Hammer's still Hammer. That's our brother, but Hammer's relationship with a lot of people might be shaky. I'm always going to have love for him. I know him and Pac weren't the best of friends, you know, but they had respect for each other, you know. And I know Hammer did a few speaking engagements and said that Pac used to call him Uncle Hammer. And Pac ain't never called him Uncle. And no,
this call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
You know, Pac wore his heart in his fist. You know, he hit with that motherfucker. So Pac told her how he felt it was. And him and Hammer went tight to be where he was calling him Uncle or all those type of things. Pac was more about the rah-rah, you know? And him and Hammer, they wasn't close like that. But shit, we took a trip. It was my birthday. So my B-Day one year, you know, I ordered a plane, and everybody supposed to took somebody. It was a couples event, basically. You know, if you wasn't married, grab your bitch. So we police. When we get to police, the first night, a friend of mine owned a hotel. We closed it down, and We went wild bull hunting, wild pig hunting at night. We lived in the jungle, and everybody had different rooms. Then we went to the city. Then we went to the island. Each place we went to, we all had, made sure everybody had a big suite, big living room, big bedroom. Everybody was couples. Even the homies had couples. Everybody had somebody. Neckbone and Rage was together, and so on and so on. And Kadada was there. I remember one time we coming in and we looking for our bitches, and they was all in the room with Kadada having one of those waiting to exhale moments. Kadada was preaching to them, saying, "Hey, if y'all gonna have sex, here go condoms. Everybody gotta make sure they don't run out of condoms because practice safe sex, they might have something." I was like, "Man, fuck this bitch." I tell my bitch, if you gonna listen to this bitch, you might as well sleep on the floor. I get a new bitch. I ain't going for that. And everybody started clowning and laughing. That's why everybody thought it was so funny when Kadada tried to say she was pregnant about Tupac when they never had unprotected sex. But that's another story at a different time. But anyway, everybody had somebody except for Hammer and Snoop. I don't know why he didn't bring Shantae and Hammer didn't bring his wife, and Pac was clowning them because they'd be in the same bed. Like, we'd be partying all night, doing all the crazy shit, and when it was time to take it in, everybody grabbed their bitch and got in their room. We'd wake up in the morning, waking everybody up, and sometimes we'd go by their room, and Hammer and Snoop would be in the bed asleep. And Pac would be like, "Man, why you ain't in your room? Or why you not sleeping on the couch? Why y'all both lay on the bed?" Damn, they were like, "Man, ain't nothing wrong with that. Pac, you crazy." And we used to all, laugh and joke about that. It was a big, it was just all funny games of the family,
Suge, I want to ask you about Tupac joining Death Row. Who's really the reason behind Tupac joining Death Row?
Well, it definitely was not Snoop, period. It was Keisha. I don't know Keisha's last name, but it was Keisha. And Keisha's the one that saved Tupac's life. Reason why I say that, because that woman would call my office every fucking day. "I'm Tupac's wife. I need to talk to Suge Knight. I'm Tupac's wife. I need to talk to Mr. Knight." And everybody would laugh and make fun of it. So when I walk in the office, I see all these motherfuckers laughing. "What's up?" "Oh, Tupac's wife." And I said, whoa, hold on. You trying to tell me somebody calling for Tupac saying they his wife and y'all think it's funny? So I tell you what, the next time she call and y'all don't get me on the phone, I'm firing motherfuckers. So she called and she was like, "Tupac said you the one person can help him. He needs you to come sing. I'm his wife. We got married." So I said, "Well, look, before I say anything, give me a little time to get in front of a lawyer and call me, and we'll talk." She called. I gave her my cell number. She called me. I'm talking to the lawyer. I'm on house arrest. I'm on house arrest, by the way, with an ankle bracelet on. I'm asking, could he get me in there to see Tupac, like we normally do, which is David Kenner. He said, "Yeah." He said, "But if they catch your ankle bracelet, you going to jail." I said, "That's a chance I got to take." So it was all Keisha. But I did have a conversation with Snoop, but you got to realize one thing. Snoop was a little brother, too. I said, "Hey, I'm going to visit Tupac." After I visited Tupac, and I decided to get Tupac out and put him on death row, I told everybody, I'm going to put Tupac on death row. Everybody was cool with that. So it wasn't no bad blood or no weirdo shit. It was all Keisha. But the crazy thing about it, David Kenner was only lawyer willing to take a risk. When I went to go see fucking Mike in prison, shit, David Kenner gave me a fake ID and got me in there. When he was go see Mike in prison, there was a guy named Dre that him and Andre was good friends. They used to take him to go visit Mike and with a birth certificate like that. He was 15, 17 years old, and the motherfucker was damn near 30. So we did things that help our people. And I said this before, shit, I saved Andre's life. When Mike set up a lick for the other Dre, along with Andre, to go rob these Mexican dudes and steal their cocaine, I told Andre, don't do it. He said, man, the only thing I got to do is carry the money. He going to rob them, he going to carry the drugs. I said, you run in there with those, some real Southsiders, there's going to be some dead motherfuckers. He said, I'm not going inside. I'm just going to wait outside and carry the money. The other Dre going that motherfucker, they knock his ass down. Dre called me panicking. I hear gunshots. What do I do? Nigga, drive around the corner, some motherfucker will keep driving, I'll meet you. I had to go meet his scary ass and say, follow me all the way back. I said, the police could have came and caught him from trying to rob somebody. They'd have gave you the body, idiot. So a lot of things we did was to help each other. And we had a tight bond. So Keisha was the one contact me with Tupac. It was not to come on death row. And I'm going to say this. A lot of people talk about Tupac who never met the man, never did business with the man. Or they might have had a conversation with, they weren't friends with the man. Let's not put Tupac's name in vain. Tupac still today, the best of all times. And he did sacrifice a lot. And all the motherfuckers who participated in his downfall, I'm not going to be the asshole that I used to be and put that recorder out there, Snoop. I'm not going to be like everybody else. I got this. I'm going to play it. I'm not playing shit. You know what you said. I know what you said. You said it. And if I was really a fucked up motherfucker and played that, there'll be three things you can do. Go hang with Russell Simmons somewhere. Hope you're going to pick that one. I don't want you to go out backwards. You know, sleeping in the same bed. Kill yourself. Definitely wouldn't want you to do that one. Still got love for you. Or end up in this motherfucker where you definitely have to come holler. I don't want that. We spent too much money and worked too hard to make sure you didn't go to prison last time for life. But I will say this. I'm on some positive shit. Shout out to Snoop. Shout out to everyone in the industry. And let's get better. I'm Suge Knight. I'm out.
But before you go, of course, you can't play the audio, but can you tell us what was said?
Well, if I tell you what's on the recording, it's like playing that recording. And if I do that, I'll be putting handcuffs on Snoop. Now, I like dealing with you and having a conversation with you. But even as this guy is supposed to be an enemy of mine, I still would not, and will not, send him to prison or want to see him in prison. That's basically how that goes. So I couldn't tell you what all he said, but it's incriminating. It's regarding Tupac. He the only one knows the reason why Tupac's dead, more than me. And I was in the car with him.
Just curious, right? When Tupac came to Death Row, who was affected by that? Like, who albums was pushed back?
Everybody's. Tupac he cut the line. Everybody else is in line, lining up to come next. Tupac came and went front of the line. Not only did he go to the front of the line, he sucked all the starness out of every artist we had on death row. There used to be a time that we went somewhere, people were like, there go Andre. They wanted an autograph. There go Snoop. They wanted an autograph. The Dog Pound, Danny Boy, Joel, every fucking body. When Tupac came, and we do events, regardless if it was a Mother's Day brunch, regardless if it was a concert, after the concert, at a club, at a school, at a hospital. No matter who was there, who all got the limelight and the star quality of the reaction of the people, that changed. Once Tupac walks in, it's over. Tupac was so fucking. I remember taking Tupac to an R. Kelly concert. And this R. Kelly in his prime, before the little kids. And I walked to the front of the stage. One of those motherfuckers shined the light. And when the fans seen Tupac was there, they was rushing him. I had to get him out of the arena. Once I got him out of there, seemed like half of the concert left when Tupac left. At least pretty much all the bitches. So his light was so bright, I never seen nothing like it in my life. So I understand.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
Tupac and the other artists on death row, it turned to jealousy, and from jealousy to hate. So majority of the people clapped on death row when Tupac passed away. They didn't have that problem of him taking their shine no more. That's why we all talked about it. Not one person wants to do a tribute record to Tupac. That's why when everybody want to say that they knew Tupac and that was their homie, when Tupac got a star, name me one person from death row was there. I'm talking about the real death row, because some people wasn't really the real death row, and you know what that means. But Andre wasn't there, Snoop wasn't there, Gas wasn't there. We can go on. But why not? Why at the same time, I loved how they did paid homage to Biggie. They did a song, Missing You. They performed that song, Missing You. Name one song they did for Tupac. Now, when they need some attention, they'll speak on his name in vain. So, therefore, instead of America's Most Wanted, Tupac was death row most hated. That's why when people go and says Tupac wanted to leave death row, that's not true. Tupac did want to shake the people on death row. He told me 1,000 times, even in my limo, look, you my manager. Let's do these movies. Let's do this, let's do that. I was going to take him on tour with nothing but bitches and hand out chocolate tubes in the audience. At the same time, when Tupac did his first movie, he couldn't do the movie because there wasn't no insurance company carrying him. We all know who put the $5 million before he was able to do that movie. Tupac is a great man. Still a great man. And if Tupac was here, that'd be the one person front line for me. Right now, seems like no one cares, like jealousy that took over. And the slave masters got niggas back being slaves. You even got a black slave master dressing like the slave masters. Enough said.
What was Pac's issue with Jay?
Well, the issue Pac had with Jay was this. Jay and Biggie was friends. That's as far as I knew. I never knew that Jay did something to Pac personally. I never knew that Nas did something to Pac personally. I knew that Pac and Biggie was really good friends. They was like brothers. So they knew each other. Matter of fact, I said this before. I know when Pac was first came home, I had him at the hotel. I heard him talking to Biggie on the phone, and Pac had him on speaker. When that conversation was taking place, it wasn't like enemies arguing and fussing with each other. It wasn't like they hated each other. By the look of Pac's face and the way Biggie sound, it seemed like brothers had a disagreement, but they was hurt by what they did to each other. I heard Pac tell Biggie, you know, the bitch didn't want to fuck with you. I made the bitch fuck with you, or I wasn't going to fuck with her or her friend. And Biggie would be like, yeah. And, you know, it was like a grown man conversation. And you know me, after hearing that conversation, I was on some shit like, one day we could do an album, both of those guys together, a 4 CDs album, you know, and tours. And I know when it came to Jay, Pac didn't like the fact that Jay-Z was friends with Biggie. I know that it wasn't personal with him. And it's not like he hated Jay, and when he seen Jay, he wanted to cut his throat or something. And I feel that I don't think Jay had hatred for Tupac like that either. Because when Jay wanted to do Me and My Girlfriend over with him and Beyonce, no problem at all. Do whatever you like. Beyonce is the all-time greatest of a black woman. Her mother, Tina, is one of the best women around. And I like Jay-Z. Jay's a businessman. One thing I really want to say is that I had conversations with Kanye before, even recently. I need to holler at Kanye. I don't want to go by what other people say, what the media say. I want to hear from him. We never disrespect no one kids. We never put anyone down. That's the kids. And what I mean by that, most people probably don't have the nuts to say it. I don't got nothing else, I got my nuts. You don't talk about Jay and Beyonce's children or their son, whoever. You call them retarded. That's what we won't do. It's real consequences for those type of actions. I put the people in hip-hop, people in our community, on a higher standard than that. We came a long way as black people, as slaves, not to attack people, kids, or somebody is disabled. That's not funny to me. Not one bit. I love all kids. And I love hip-hop. And I love the culture of our people. I'm trying to prove my ways and myself. I would hate for us to have to go backwards. Basically what it is, you know. It's a bitch. And I look at it like this. What Beyonce does for hip-hop and the community of our people, that woman works really, really hard. I mean, her sister, their whole family is good people. There's only one time that mad at me. That. So I remember going to a Beyonce concert. You know, I'm in the back, I'm walking around, and they came and filmed me walking. No big deal. That's Beyonce. So once we was in the back, they sent some guy who with them to get me to sign off on it, saying they can use the footage. As I got ready to sign it, one of my really good friends, Wes, who works with Al Heyman, Big Wes, grabbed the paper, balled it up, and told the dude he was going to beat his ass and chased him out of there. So I said, man, what you do that for? Fuck him. I said, nah, man, say fuck him on your time. And next thing I know, I seen Salon, and she goes,
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
I'm like, oh, shit. Who I done said something about now? She said, no, you didn't say nothing about the thing. I said, look, that wasn't me. I said, I ain't going to snitch on you. You should know that ain't me. And we laughed about it. But what Beyonce accomplished and the balls she has to fight hard for the culture of our people says a lot. She one of the hardest working people that ever been in that business. Then Jay accomplished a lot. Jay got bars. He works hard. But for Kanye to say something about a child, he need an old-fashioned ass whooping.
You and Master P, what was the situation between both of y'all? I know Master P, he said in the interview that you called him telling him that Kelly wasn't big enough for him and Puffy, and he replied back to you asking you when you was moving.
Yeah, so this what happened. Number one, P couldn't tell me that I gotta leave. Look, I'm born and raised out here. And I'm from the east side of Compton, number one. I've been from there from day one. I've been there so long that I didn't have to let nobody whoop my ass and say I was from Compton. I was already from Compton at the beginning of it. Poor as P, I got family from everywhere. I'm a real West Coast motherfucker. If I would say that P wanted to have problems with me, I don't think P would be able to walk outside. Number one, let's remember one thing. P, you started in New Orleans. They basically ran you out of New Orleans. You went to Texas. Basically got ran out of there. You went to the Bay. Once you get on the West Coast, shit get real on the Bay. You was out there with your brother. They air his ass out and lay him down. Knowing that you're not revenging, you moved out here. When you got out here, the motherfuckers you hang with wasn't tough motherfuckers. You took a person, you lied and said you came to visit me in prison, which you never did. You said you got Snoop for me, which you never did. I sold Snoop bitch ass to Priority Records of Brian Turner, giving the right to loan to you. You had your whole crew. When Snoop got embarrassed, you did nothing. Everything you do is behind someone else. So, only thing is, I put it to you like this. This idiot never sold records. I'm in prison. Before I left prison and all through the 90s and 2000s and that shit, right? And you walk on the yard and you hear people having their own ghetto blasters. This table, that table. people working out, people walking, and you would hear death row music all day long. I ain't never really heard nobody bumping No Limit music. If you go to on your podcast right now, you can go and say anybody who can bring me a Chronic CD, Doggy Down CD, All Eyes on Me, Dog Pound, anything, I give you $1,000. Motherfuckers will come bring those CDs in. After all this time, if you go and say, bring me a No Limit CD, Mimi X, whatever her name is, this person, that person, it won't be many. This old country bucking ass nigga was buying his own motherfucking music. So what that tell you? And for each and anything to be said, enough been said. How is a grown, everything he took from someone else. You tried to make your company behind Death Row. You tried to act like Death Row. I'm the nigga that started the Death Row change. You want to start a No Limit change.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
Ray's, that's the home girl. Ray's the first one said, let's get on her verses. Now, Ray's down as a motherfucker, and I don't know why Ray said, but she might have been saying because she might have been thinking about getting fucked. No disrespect to Ray. I love Ray. But P, you took Ray saying and said, no, right? So maybe P thought either he thought of him getting fucked or he got a shit. Because whatever it was, that's something you stole from a bitch. Bitch. You know? So anything outside of telling the truth is bullshit. No more, no less. The C murder dude, yeah, shouts out to murder. Because at the end of the day, he's doing time. And hopefully he can get his freedom back. But at the same time, Pete and them took an unreleased Tupac song that Daz and one of those dudes stole or security let them steal it. Shouts out to Top Notch Security. And gave that song, Pete and them got a hold of it. The murder dude did a song in his own voice of the whole list was Tupac's. How disrespectful is that? You know, this, come on, P. Ain't no need to bullshit. You kiss ass, got your son a scholarship on another nigga's back at UFC for free. Never got in the game. Not only that, everybody want to say all these negative things about me. You got your own brother. Hopefully he's not still working there, working at a gym. This is unheard of anybody want to have something to say when I'm in prison. I don't want to have nothing negative to say about no one, even though I just kick some facts. But, P, cut the bullshit out. Every drug dealer want to be famous. Still a drug dealer.
I always heard this rumor that Tupac, he was supposed to go to Atlanta instead of Vegas, but she was begging him to go. Is there any truth to that?
No truth to that. Only time that he wanted to go to Atlanta, and we was planning on going to Atlanta after Vegas because he got a relative, a real family member. And Pac hated this dude. He said they used to steal from him, do him dirty when he was young because they was older than him. And he stated that the guy stole all his guns. Tupac had guns out there in Atlanta. He said the guy stole them, and he wanted to go out there and beat the shit out of him with his motherfucking ass. He said, look, man, I'm going to Atlanta, fuck the dude up. I need you to come with me. I just said, what's up? He tell me, like I just told you, he said, man, those other kids stole all my guns from his mother's house or whatever and sold them, right? Because he was a dope fiend or not. So I said, look, you know I'm going to go with you. But when we go out there and you get on this dude and we get on this dude, it's going to be all bad. So that's not fair if you don't want it. He said, man, you know I want it. He said, right after the fight, we're going to go out there and whip his ass. And one thing about Pac, if anybody ever knew anything about Pac, Pac gonna say what the fuck he want to say and how he feels. He spoke from his heart. I feel I do the same thing. I never forget at the Mother's Day dinner, Pac was on stage, and before he performed Dear Mama, his mother sitting right in the audience. Pac looks over and says, Danny Boy lost his mother. My mother did too. So Pac, not a guy who bites his tongue. And I don't know what he meant by that. I ain't never asked him. But his footage of that. So Pac never been the guy who bullshit. He was going after the fight and wanted me to go with him to beat Israeli's ass. That's the bottom line.
So he was going to Atlanta, but he was going after the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Pac wouldn't have missed a Mike Tyson fight for no motherfucking body. We love Tyson. We always gonna support Tyson. But we was going to beat this motherfucking ass of Israeli after the fight. You know, we was gonna push out there. You know, Pac is truthful. And he gonna keep that shit gangster. Period.
And it was over Pac cousin selling his guns, right?
Not because he did. He stole Tupac guns from his mother's house and sold them. And it was an ongoing thing. Pac was like pretty much the black sheep out of his family. He didn't get along with a lot of people in his family. So as he got older, he became to his own man as Tupac and handled his business as Tupac. So that's just that. I mean, a lot of people say still today, people tell stories that regarding Death Row or Tupac or me, that's their soul, just to tell the truth. And even when it came to the fact that everybody want to say that I'm lying, that Snoop was there with Tupac in the hospital, put it to you like this. Bless his soul. If he make it to heaven, he had a conversation with Pac when that time comes. But I would say this. If Snoop and Pac was really tight and brothers like that, the minute he heard about the shooting, the minute he heard that Pac was in the hospital, he should have been there. I had to call and get on his ass and make him come there. And it took damn near a week for him to get there. I don't know no one. I know if it was the other way around and Snoop got shot and he was in the hospital, Pac would have been by his bedside time he came out of surgery, even though he was mad at me. He'd have been like, I'm glad you came out of surgery. You know I'm mad at you. And I'm going to go get on the motherfuckers who did this to you. So it's not trying to make Snoop look bad. It's not trying to make anybody else seem like liars. It's just the idea of don't lie. Pac not here to tell the truth. So I'm not going to let you lie on the man's name. But That's neither here or there because Pac in a better place to move on. We stuck in hell right now. And Malik is the one that's hurting real bad. So let's do something for Malik.
All right, Suge, before I bring Malik Lee in, let the people know a little bit about him.
Man, first of all, Malik deserves his cigars. Malik was a day one motherfucker with Death Row. When I started Death Row early on, Malik was there. Not right at the beginning, but like right there at the beginning. A lot of other motherfuckers have stories that they gotta tell what they heard from someone else. Malik was there. And Malik was the guy who did security for Snoop. If it weren't for Malik, we never would have had Doggy Style. Because when Snoop caught the murder case and shot that dude, shit, we only had one song done. So by Malik taking a rap and claiming something he didn't do for me, for Snoop, for Death Row, that got Snoop his freedom. If it weren't for that, it would have been no Dog Pound album. It would have been no All Eyes on Me album. I would have been able to get Tupac out of prison if it weren't for Malik. Because when you really look at it, when you have an artist that go to prison for murder, that's a dark cloud over the label. The label's already named Death Row. And I was already Suge Knight. I was born that. So everything that Malik did for Snoop, did for me, did for Death Row, is unheard of. He definitely deserved his cigars, and I can't wait to holler at it. Because he did take that murder case for Snoop. He never shot no one.
Wow. Yeah, I ain't know anything about that. I'm about to bring Malik Lee in right now.
Malik, what's up, man?
What's up, man? What's up, Suge? Man, how you doing, man?
Man, every day is a blessing. Every day is a blessing.
Man, I've been waiting to talk to you, man, for I don't know how long. It's been years, man. I've been trying to get to you, man.
Well, first of all,
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
I ain't no bullshit ass nigga, so I'm getting straight to the point. What you did for me, what you did for Snoop, what you did for Death Row made history in hip-hop. And the reason why I'm saying that and saying you deserve your cigars because if it weren't for you, none of this would have took place. You was there from day one, number one. And if we wouldn't have beat that murder trial, that murder case for Snoop, I only had one song done, Doggy Style.
I remember.
And if Snoop would have went to prison, it wouldn't have been a Doggy Style. And it wouldn't have been a Dog Pound. It wouldn't even probably been an All Eyes on Me because it would have been a black cloud officially over me and Death Row to get Pac out of prison to make All Eyes on Me.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yeah.
you got the bread from Norris and Tubbs and all that shit, right?
No, man, I never got a penny from nobody, man. Nobody ever gave me any packages, no money, no nothing.
What? What about Snoop?
Man, Snoop never gave me anything. Man. I haven't talked to Snoop. He hasn't reached out to me. I've never received a dime from anybody. Yeah.
I'm not saying I take full responsibility and do what I can do now, even from here. But look, so check this out, man. It was 4 people in that car. You remember?
Yeah.
And 3 people went to trial. You remember?
I remember, man. We got what's his name dismissed and everything. I remember all of it. I remember.
Well, you know why the other person couldn't go to trial? Because he had started talking to the PI for the detectives, not the detectives, for the DA. But we ain't gonna say his name, but it was all bad. But anyway, let's take us back, man, because it's like this. You was there from day one. The very first time, first of all, you probably told everybody, and people probably know how you guys met. But at the same time, let's talk about the first video shoot.
Mm-hmm.
It was in Long Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Break that down to everybody.
I remember, man, we was it was a video shoot, and somebody had came to the trailer at that time. When he came to the trailer, I remember opening up the door. I think his name was I think his name was Jelly Loke. He said Jelly Loke is here to see Snoop. I remember closing the door, went back, told Snoop, I said, man, somebody named Jelly Loke here to see you. And he said, no, I'm good. I'm good. So I went back to the door. When I opened up the door, it was like 15 of them standing there. And I remember, man, I stepped down on the step, and when I think it was Jelly Loke had came, and I fell back on the steps and trying to get back into it, and fell on my back. When I fell on my back, Jelly Loke got on top of me, and it was a wrap, man. You know, I just remember, punches, boom, 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 and he flew off. He just flew off me. It was like a movie. And when he flew off me, it was you. You got pulled him off me. And on that day, I remember, man, you saved my life. And then after that, it was like a fight fest. You know what I'm saying? So I remember that, man. And still to this day, man, you saved my life, and I remember that.
Shit.
And we got down that night. We got down that night.
Yeah.
We did. We got out of there.
Did Snoop get his ass whooped too? It was on his ass too. Yeah.
I remember that, man. We got him out of there and got him in a limousine, got everybody out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when they was talking when they asked for help, saying I was choking him out, whatever. But
I remember you broke your left hand on that. Remember that? He was in a cast.
Snoop got his ass whooped. Yep. I had to knock the nigga out who was beating up Snoop.
I remember.
And the reason why that's important, because after all that, we went to my neighborhood, and we was in Aikens.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to you, Snoop was with us, and we said we're going to go back to Long Beach tomorrow and finish the video shoot. They know we coming, and we coming. We went back and finished that video shoot. But when it's all said and done, we all had respect for each other. We all became friends, and we all did big shit. But at the same time, I think that incident triggered the shooting because Clown and Snoop, like saying he was a buster or he was a bitch because he didn't fight back, he got his ass whooped, all that extra shit. And I hate putting him down there like that because the past is the past. But when you guys was at the apartment, I know what happened. You know what happened. The best thing about all this is that you can tell the story. It's your story. But I know when I got the call, I got the Jeep, I got 4 firearms, and I knew the story. And when I had you guys at the hotel, the one off of Sunset.
That's where I was at, yeah.
Yep. We're off the 405 in the cut, both of you guys. And when we had the conversation, I know when I came in one time, the lawyers was feeling like we couldn't win this case because the bullet that killed the guy was a .380. Snoop had a .380. You had a 9mm. And they said, we can't beat this case. I said, well, I was telling the lawyers that, like, if you had a .380 and Snoop had a 9mm, and the guy got killed with a 9mm, then we fucked. Because a 9mm can shoot 380 bullets, but a 380 can't shoot a 9mm bullet. So I want to know from you, what really made you step up and say you had a 9mm shooting 380 bullets? What made you step up and claim that?
Well, the most important thing, but always was, the truth was what, is what set you free all the time, no matter what. And that's what I did. I did fight. I did do that. You know what I mean? And I did that. That's what it was. Regardless of anything, when we first came to this.
So hold up, Malik. So now you saying he got killed with a 9mm bullet, not a 380?
No. What I'm saying is I'm going back to the very beginning. I'm going back to the beginning, but when it was me and you, when me and you was like, no matter what happens, man, you make sure he protected. You make sure we protected all the time. So when y'all came to get me way back when, that's how that I'm talking before we even got into any situations. My word, my body was that. That's what it was. So even with this case,
okay, what I'm trying to,
my
what I'm trying to say is this
was loyalty.
It's the thing. You are loyal, and you the best. I don't know too many people would do that. What I'm trying to say is this: only the truth. I know the truth. You know the truth. Snoop knows the truth. We all knew the truth. The lawyers know the truth. The motherfucker got shot with a 380 bullet. You had a 9mm. You didn't have to step up and claim something you did not do, but you did. That's a man. I just want to know how you feel about it, and did you think you was gonna beat the case?
That was my job, man, was to do that. That was my job for everything at the particular time that we went through. My job was you. My job was the family. My job was, at that time, Snoop. My job, whatever I needed to do to protect. That's what it was. And so, at that time...
well, did you think, was you willing to go to spend the rest of your life in prison for the family?
I was. There was no question.
I believe that.
There was no question.
So
I told you.
Did you know you was gonna beat the case?
I knew God had a plan. I knew that. I knew that, man. When I sat and with no bail for them 21 months before you came and got me, because you said you was gonna give me bail. See, nobody really know that. I kept going through. There was no bail, but you said we're gonna get you bail. You're gonna get out. Remember that?
Yeah, of course.
So I did. You did get bail. Nobody. I couldn't talk to Suge. Snoop at the time. I understand that, but I got a chance to talk to you one time, and you told me that. Every time we went back to court, denied, and I look at you, and I knew it was going to be a matter of time before you got me out. I wasn't worried about that. It was weird, man. I had a piece about.
Was that your first?
You know what I mean? I had a piece about the whole situation.
Was that your first time being in the county jail?
First time being in the county jail, man. First time.
What did you think about it when you first got in the county jail?
Yeah. It was crazy because of the situation. Everybody knew who I was. They already knew, the power. So when I got in there, man, I was a keep away. That was a keep away because of the high profile case.
And Malik,
here's
the thing. I definitely go about a code, and you go about a code. And we can have this conversation because nobody can get in trouble for this case. It's the past. It's over. It can't be reopened. The criminal case is behind us. The civil case is behind us. So we can talk freely. So therefore, it's like this. Using the county jail, and we bail you out. But at the same time, I want you to really send a message to the younger generations about loyalty. And it's a difference between loyalty and being stupid. But you was loyal. And the truth is real good because a lot of people don't stand on it no more. I just want you to let the people know from your heart how you felt. Nobody can explain this but you. Well, you know for a fact. It's not trying to be tough. It's not trying to be weak. It's about being factual. You know for a fact that you took a case for a crime that you didn't do. You know in your heart that man died with a 380. You know in your heart Snoop had the 380. You know in your hand was a 9mm. There's no way that was your bullet. But you did the most honorable, bravest thing anybody possibly can do. To that moment.
The most important thing, man, I want everybody to understand the difference between loyalty and what they think reality is this. And no matter what you understand, what you do in your life, everything is about a sacrifice, and you don't know what a sacrifice is. When you sacrifice something, you think you're giving up something in order to get something, and you're not. That's not what a sacrifice is. The sacrifice is when you give in order to give. And so at that particular time, my life, and even now, my life has always been and always will be a sacrifice. I'm always going to give to give. So even in my heart of hearts, I know the truth. I knew really what happened. I knew everything. But it was about sacrificing for the greater cause at that particular time. Because I knew God was going to take care of me. I was always going to be taken care of no matter what. So everything that you go through in life, that's what it's about. It's about a sacrifice. And the truth is always going to set you free. Because no matter what, it was still self-defense, irregardless. So you have to understand, standing on business is being loyal. And what loyalty is understanding that no matter what, that's what a sacrifice is. You give in order to give.
Hey, Malik, let me tell you something. You can water it down much as you want to. You're a hero. Ain't no motherfucking truth to self-defense in California. You know why I know? Tell you something, Malik. Motherfuckers had a gun, and more than one gun. Tried to kill me. I get away. A motherfucker died by accident. I'm in prison, nigga. Ain't no fucking self-defense in California. Number one, I know this because I'm in prison right now. Number two, it was one gang member checking another gang member for being in their neighborhood. Y'all in another gang neighborhood, but y'all not from that gang. So naturally, when you in somebody else's neighborhood, they gonna bang on you, throw their shit up, and let you know you in their neighborhood. When instead of squabbling up, when he decided to grab what he grabbed and go follow the dudes, whatever happened, that's gang. It's not self-defense. That's what the lawyers promoted.
Yeah, that's what
the lawyers did a great. The lawyers did a great job convincing a jury it was self-defense. The only reason why it was self-defense because they looked at you as a stand-up young man.
Mm-hmm.
When they looked at you, they didn't see a gang member because you're not.
Mm-hmm.
They still seen a man of God.
Mm-hmm.
And someone probably really knew that there's more to the story. But at the same time, you're not giving yourself enough credit. And the credit, the fact is, I was in there right afterwards. I was in there with the lawyers and everybody. You know and I know. I was in there when Snoop was breaking down crying, tears away. It's an amazing thing that it don't make you look bigger or badder or worse. You still the hero no matter what.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
At the end of the day, shit, I'm not a lawyer, so and you're not a witness, so there's no judge that can say leading a witness. It's just the fact that we have some real ass conversation between two men of God. The only thing I'm trying to get the people out there to understand your sacrifice. And reason why it's so important because you know you didn't shoot that man. You know it was a 380 bullet. Yes or no?
Yeah.
So what you did to Snoop is better than any person can do for anyone. I don't even think none of the homies would have did that. I don't even think his brother would have did that. His father wouldn't have did that. You did something for that man that no one person in the world would have did. So it bothers me to find out that you haven't talked to him since then. That you was training for what? What you was training for me?
I was training up the trials, man. Yeah.
Okay, stop right there. Your dream got destroyed because you saved his life. Correct?
Correct. That's true. That part is true.
So why? So when he was in the Paris Olympics, you know, dancing and switching and all that, getting the groupie on. Why you didn't go over there with him?
Man, we didn't even talk, man. We never even talked. When I got out.
So why you didn't think? Why? Listen, hold up. Why you didn't think call him up and say, "Look, man, you know I was training for the Olympics. It's a blessing you over there participating in the Olympics. Bring me over there with you, man. I just want to see those guys run in person. I want to see them break those records in person. Why you didn't ask him that?
I couldn't even get a hold of him. Still to this day, can't get a hold of him. So, I mean, all of that.
You can't get a hold of Snoop?
Still can't get a hold of him.
Hold on, Malik. Hold on. You trying to tell me if you were to call Snoop right now, you can't get a hold of him?
I can't even get his number. I can't even get his number to get a hold of him, to even have a conversation at all. I've been trying for 25, 30 conversation.
I feel bad for you, brother.
No, I don't feel bad for me because
No. It's not like that. No, it's not. The reason why I feel bad for you because of this. He's not the only one that let you down. I let you down. I let you down because I depended on other people, and I was thinking they was looking out for you. I'm quite sure they was taking my bread, putting it in their own pocket. But at the same time, is that there's no excuses. Whatever we do in life, we got to be accountable for. Now, I can't go back because I ain't God. I don't have a magic wand. I can't go back and change the past. But from this day forward, anything I can help you.
I appreciate it.
The younger generations out there is that I remember when for arraignments, first day in court, all that. Snoop looked like a street punk or a wannabe gang member. And I had to tell the lawyers, he dressed like this, we're going to lose. And I had to get him suits made to fit him. If it would have been any other person, first of all, but nobody else in that Jeep stand up and take a murder case to some death straight. Second of all, they didn't have a look to convince the jury that they was taking up for Snoop. The other guys looked like gang members, scared to shoot again. You look clean, and you was a man, and a man of God, and they know you will protect someone. But once again, I keep saying it over and over again. For you to know that you didn't shoot that man or kill that man, but you put your life and your freedom on the line with Snoop, that is one of the most unheard of things in the world. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Now, what I'm trying to say is this now. You remember we was on the road? We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I remember.
And what I remember is this. What I like talking to you about, Malik, is this. It's still good to talk to a day one person who's actually there. You know, a lot of times people talk so much about Death Row, Tupac, me, everybody. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But the people who talk the most was not there.
Mm-hmm.
The people who do the most, I mean, like, even a lot of these platforms that is where they don't like our people. But they get all these people on there and they give them something, they walk them through. Who makes them an expert if they weren't there?
Mm-hmm.
Who makes, like right now, if so many people talk about the Death Row history, some of them never met Tupac.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they met some of the Death Row artists, it's in passing. Or a selfie. Or you're in the room, but you're not really in the room because nobody gives a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of these motherfuckers, I ain't never seen no bitches on them. I ain't never seen them posing a threat to no street niggas. And I damn sure ain't never seen none of them all.
You have 60 seconds remaining.
Mm-hmm.
Give them a hug or a high five. You remember who all was on that tour when we went on tour?
Do, man. I remember.
Man, shout out, do that roll call. That's how you can tell who's really about Death Row.
Okay. It was Dre, it was Snoop, the Pound, RB, Neck was with Heron was with us, Bunch was with us, it just goes on and on and on, man. Joel was with us. Everybody. I remember.
And Dog.
Yeah,
So,
Lip. Yeah, Lip was with us. Joel.
Hey, you remember that girl 37 we used to call 37?
I remember Oh, wow.
Hey.
Yeah, man. I remember that.
Hey, so look. Yeah, hey, look. Now, everybody got a favorite out of 37 except for me. But I'm going to put it like this.
Not me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Us too. Well, us too. Yeah. But everybody else got a favorite out of 37. Yes or no?
Yes, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So 37 was a gangster bitch. Boy, I'm going to tell you something about 37. She did what she did for the team. You know what I mean? Some might got satisfied from the mouth. Some might got satisfied from wherever else, right? This ain't no freak off shit. This is people who were participating who were sober, right?
Yeah.
But look, after everybody had their, and she went from room to room a lot of times, who stayed hugged up with her?
All of that.
One member out of the dog pound.
Ooh, I remember, man. Yeah.
Oh, you scared to say it, huh?
Yeah.
You don't want to go hard on you talking about you. You don't want to say it. You want me to say it, and you don't want to say it, huh?
Oh.
He knows the truth.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
This call and your telephone number and recorded.
Malik, who stayed and hugged up with?
Oh man, I'm trying to remember now. I'm trying to remember, man.
All right. Here it comes to you. I know you don't want to say it.
I'm trying to
The
remember.
guy at the dog pound up.
I remember. I'm
Yeah,
trying
we're going to leave that alone.
Woo.
I know why you don't want to say it. You don't want that motherfucker stalking your page, huh?
All right, here you go. I ain't got no page.
Oh, well, you safe then. Anyway, we ain't gonna put him out there like that. But this is the thing. After everybody had their turn and fun with, one particular member stayed with her and gave her kisses. Nasty kisses. Only person I give nasty kisses to is my bitch. Other than that, but anyway, so look, back to the facts, you know, and for helping people. So, when you was in the county jail, and you know, you in there for killing a gang member, a crip. You're not a gang member. So, did Snoop put money in your books to make sure you went to canteen, went to store?
Come on, man. That ain't happened. You already know. No?
So I know, but the people want to know.
No.
Did he put any money on your books to make sure you go get store?
No, not that I can remember. Not at all. I didn't even talk to him, man.
I mean, you can't remember, did he do it or not?
No, he didn't.
It's about you. All right, cool.
No, he didn't.
Did he send you a pretty ass bitch come up here and pull you out and visit behind the glass so you can?
Nah, man. None of that.
Okay.
Nah.
Well, look, since Snoop, listen, since he won't talk to you, but before we get to that, how did you really feel when it came time for the verdict? Either you was gonna get life in prison, or you was gonna go home.
Mm-hmm.
What was going through your mind? What was going through your mind?
Right before that happened, man, my sister, you remember my sister Ruth?
Yeah.
My sister, man, took me in the bathroom. They let her go in there with me. Took me in the bathroom. She said, you know, there's a chance that you might have home. I said, I already know. She said, you're going to be all right. God got you. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about them. And then when she left, Snoop came in there. And he told me this. He said, man, I got you. Don't even worry about it. We go through this, I got you. That was it. I felt numb. And when I went in there, when they read my verdict, you know, you can still hear my mama in the background. She was like, yes. And they told her, okay, keep the courtroom quiet. And that was it. We lost. That was it, man. I didn't hear nothing from him after that. There was no contact. There was nothing. Nothing.
So, how your family feel? Do they ever ask you like,
all the
how's
time?
Snoop doing and how y'all doing?
Yeah.
What you tell them?
I try to be honest with you, man. I tried to downplay it so much. I've been downplaying it for all these years, you know, because I had to. You know, you have to understand, like, for me, everything, my whole life has been different. I didn't get a chance to, like, at that, what I thought now, I didn't get a chance to really do everything I was really supposed to do, you know, because I thought I had ambitions on doing this. And when, you know, y'all let me, I was training with Billy Blanks and we won a couple of championships. And I was about to get ready to try the Olympic trials and get into the movies and all of that. That was the plan. But it never happened. I never heard from anybody. Never heard it from anybody. Couldn't get a hold of you. Couldn't get a hold of nobody. I was trying to find somebody. I felt like I was from Snoop. Deserted.
Hey, Malik. You should have wrote me one of those. You should have wrote me one of those letters in the penitentiary, nigga. Hey, but look. The reality of it is this, though. Look, the reality of it is this, right? You, the man, that made it possible for Snoop to be a great son to his mother. I love Snoop's mother. Beverly's a great woman. Rest in peace, Beverly.
Yeah.
You made it possible for him to be a great father, great husband. You made it possible for this man to have an incredible life. On one hand, you gave the man everything. On the other hand, At that time, you lost everything. You lost your dreams. You lost your career. You lost everything. But God has a way to always come back to save us. He might not always come when we wanted to come. But God is never late.
Never.
Now, I know you're doing music now. I know you're doing great things now. But now it's your turn. And it's really great that you got your opportunity to express yourself through your work. But also is that I think you should forgive Snoop, because you're a godly man. And I know it's probably coming crazy for me because I don't fuck with him like that. But I think you should forgive him because you're a bigger man than him. You did something he wouldn't do for no one else. He wouldn't even save his own motherfucking self, let alone someone else. So forgive him. I have. But you don't got to forget, Malik. Remember what you did. Remember who you are. Remember what you did. But more importantly is this. You think Snoop will have a conversation with you now?
I think so, because it's like this. I forgave him a long time ago. And what I want you to know is that everything that you instilled in, see, what you don't realize is what you did from the very beginning. You brought two sets together that's never been done in history to make music. You got to understand that. You brought the Bloods and the Crips together to make music. That's never been done together. You fed us. So the work ethic and everything that you put in us is there. So for me, like I told, like for me, man, I have to give back when I have the opportunity. I can't do that. I won't do that. So I forgave him a long time ago. I forgave everybody a long time ago. Because my life is not mine. I died a long time ago. So everything that I have right now, God preserved me for this time, for this day right now. So the hope and the inspiration that I'm putting into people is because it's about a sacrifice. I got to keep giving and giving and giving. You gave me a chance. You gave me a job. I told you a long time ago when we first met, I was going to do my job. And I did my job.
Hey, Malik, you knew Kevin Black, right?
Yeah, I knew Black. Black, we were working at the together.
Black was a motherfucking DJ.
Yeah.
Right or wrong, right?
Right.
I gave Black an opportunity to be in the music business, and he had no experience ever been in the music business.
No, I was working. He was working side by side with me.
Did Black have any experience of being in the music business that you know of?
None, other than spinning records as a DJ.
I gave Black a position to be in the music business, bought him a Mercedes, bought him, gave him suits, and gave him a career in the music business.
I remember
One of the things what people don't know, people don't know, you day one.
Day one.
We all was close. We all worked hard together. We all had each other's back. We all did what we did. But also is this. We worked hard, everyone, to get to be close to hip-hop, gangster rap, basically. And we took gangster rap mainstream by Black people. And I just didn't walk into a party or walk into Interscope or at the these companies, and they rolled out the red carpet, and they wanted to say we was the greatest thing in the world. When I first played G-Thing for Jimmy Iovine, Ted Fields, John McClain, they thought it was garbage.
Yeah.
We had to make it blow up first. But outside of all that,
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
they know the gold the diamonds, the look. They don't know the struggle.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't start off rich. Only person who's bringing some money to that shit is me. We wasn't rich.
Yeah.
Nobody gave us no motherfucking money. Did you ever see big cash running around from all these motherfuckers want to say they gave cash and drug money to death row? Did it look like we had drug money when we first started?
No, we didn't, man.
Or even after we started?
Mm-mm.
Did you ever see anybody that's got all this millions of dollars of drug money, or did you see motherfuckers pushing the line up there, and I got to push that line to these motherfuckers at these distribution companies and make them cut those motherfucking checks?
That's what we did.
Checks down and feed every motherfucking
That's
line.
what we did, that part. That's what we did.
Have you ever went with Snoop anywhere to pick up a check?
No.
Did we have checks for people to get paid?
Come on now.
To eat. So at the end of the day, it's easy to lie. You got motherfuckers that he talking to Rick Ross and say they gave money for death row. You got this motherfucker over here say he gave money for death row. You got this motherfucker.
You have 60 seconds remaining.
You got motherfuckers kind the game so much, they would walk up there and shake their ass to the president of the United States with a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Harris.
Mm-hmm.
So, death row meant something more than just a name. It was this for a family.
Yeah.
Now, you have each and everybody making a claim on something that they know nothing about. Hey, Malik.
Yeah.
I check this out, Malik. I'm going to get at you some real shit right now. So, we're not going to mention the fourth person in the Jeep because, you know, he sat down and told the whole script, the truth, to the PI for the DA. So, you know, motherfucker had to sit down and throw some money around and get that plane. So we're not going to make no one look bad. But in that Jeep, Snoop, you, Shine Dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so we're not going to mention the fourth person. But
Mm-hmm.
I know the answer, but the people out there who don't know the answer, that's for the sake of the truth. Do you got $1 million or $5 million in the bank right now from Snoop?
No, I should have, but that's no, not a penny from Snoop in the bank.
Okay. Did he give you $1 to put in the bank?
Not $1, not a quarter, not 50 cents, not 20 cents, not a dime.
So he didn't even give you enough for a piggy bank, huh?
Not even nothing.
Okay. Is Shine Dog a millionaire? He ain't give him shit either.
Mm-hmm.
So the guys who gave him life, in return to paid everybody back, well, fuck you, figure. Now, Snoop, I owe you an apology. You know why? I thought you was just a cold piece of shit ass, bitch ass nigga when you did some slick shit to me. And I still tried to find a way how to like you. But thinking how you did Malik and Shine Dog, I shouldn't be mad. Better yet, it's a guy from Long Beach. When I talked to him, before I asked him how he doing, I asked him how his mother's doing, because he's my brother. We got the same mother and father. Style, big style.
Mm-hmm.
Malik, you know, there's not one thing the big style wouldn't do with Snoop,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
He didn't buy him a house. He didn't give him shit. I ain't gonna say he didn't give him shit, but he didn't give him nothing that he deserved. This not about well, we gotta put people down, because it's a bigger part of us as men, as big, strong black men, godly men. Really,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see you and Snoop have a conversation, and it'd be good if I can be privy to that conversation. I think the world will want to hear you guys have a conversation.
I would be willing to do that, definitely.
Anything can be made right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm quite sure him and his crew always listen before anyone else. So
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
Snoop, we know you're listening. So Malik,
I'm here.
tell him to come have a conversation with us. Tell Snoop to come have a conversation with us.
Look, man, I've been trying to get at you for years, Snoop. So I'm here. I would love to sit down with you, man, sit at the table, have a real discussion about things, man. I think it's time, it's well needed and well appreciated, man. So
I know.
I think it's time for that.
All right. Hey, yeah, my bad for cutting you in. You know, motherfuckers are always devils never sleeps. They said they want me at the clinic. You know what I mean? But look, the bottom line is this, right? So you know what it is. At least always man the conversation. And at the end of the day, we can build from this.
Sure can.
Yeah, I mean, Lee, let's talk about your music. You know, what inspired you to do music?
Man, well, I grew up in the choir just like, we all did. But then when I came to California, I was playing ball, then I started bodyguarding, got with you, and when after the case, God has just started into me, man, music, different things, and I started recording, and it's just it's me. That's what I was born to do. I was born to be on stage and performing, and I'm not talking about just rapping on stage. I'm talking about my speaking and the things that I've been through in my life, and that's what I do, And also,
hey,
I'm a boy. I'm a master.
You're a motivation speaker, bro.
I am. I got my degree. I'm a board certified master life coach. That's what I do.
Man, praise the Lord.
I got a company called True Vision. That's what I do. I motivational speak all over the country.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hey, Malik, so look at this, though, right? So listen to this, man. You're a winner, number one. So now, since you the star, and you got the bodyguard no more, so ain't no use in me asking you, do you want your gun back, huh? So you don't need that knife back, do you? I might know somebody know where it's at. hey, you know.
That's funny.
Hey, Malik.
Yes, sir.
On a positive note, right? So let me ask you this.
So.
Because she was really there, you know what I mean? So How would you describe Big Style?
Solid, man. Big Style
Alright.
was solid when I was there.
How would you describe Hen Dog?
Come on, man. Solid.
Did you ever talk to like have any one-on-ones with Jake or Buntry or anybody?
Yeah, come on, man. It was my family, man. I love Jake. I love Bunchy. I love everybody, man. Lip. Those were my dogs. That was me. They held me up. Heron, they held me up all the time.
What you and Jake talk about? Big Jake was the one.
Big Jake would always tell me, man. He would tell me, man, you know what? You straight up like 12 o'clock, man. You're a good dude, man. Something about you. There's something about you, man. Should love you. Know that. That's why you with us. Should love you, but you straight up like 12 o'clock. Jake used to tell me that all the time. All the time. It sounds just like him, don't it?
Yep. What about Corrupt?
Yeah, man. Corrupt, man. When I was there, Corrupt, I didn't really get a chance to really get into Corrupt too much, but Corrupt was tight. Corrupt was real, you know. But I was so busy at that time. Then you had me on Snoop. I was so busy with that detail work and making sure we was in the lab working. You know, that was the main focus at the time, and you made sure that. So that's what we did. You know, I made sure he was working and we were getting everything done. You know, but yeah.
So, Malik, how do you feel, like when you be hearing a lot of people have these stories about their death row stories, right? So how do you feel when you know they're not true? What type of shit you be hearing? You know how some people say they was there and you never see them there, or you never see them there. You know. Yeah, I gotta be. Hey, Malik, I don't want this conversation to turn left, because the reason I'm saying that, because it's a lot of times I be talking about conversation with people, and some people think that I'm shooting at them, like I got them in a part of this conversation. But when I'm talking about me, I can just talk about my own motherfucker self. I don't have to talk about the next nigga.
Yeah.
So a lot of times people think I'm shooting at, or when I'm talking about death row, I'm talking about the real death row, us. So whatever anybody else on, I'm not on. And men should never be sensitive. If you that motherfucker sensitive, you gotta start checking yourself. Always know. Bitches got issues. Niggas have problems. So that's just why I say I don't want to go too far down women's lane, because when people get left out that wasn't there, some people Photoshop themselves in, they wasn't in there. Or, you know how it goes. But one thing we do know, if we had a roll call, shit, how many motherfuckers got death row wives, death row bitches, and death row kids?
Man.
If it wasn't for death row, I don't think it would have been going.
For real.
Yeah.
Real talk.
But look, back to some old shit is like, do you feel that
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
before we hung up, my family, my mother loved everybody involved in death row, all the artists, everyone. And sometime where as life has different terms and prison terms and everything else, a lot of times people ask, well, why would any of those dudes didn't try to help you when you was in court? I never held it against no one, because I look at it like this. If you're a man, you're going to do manly things, do as a man should do. That's all I respect for a man to be, is a man. Now, if you're a man and you tell us you got bitch ways, I'm not mad if you act like a bitch, because you already told me you got bitch ways. But for me, if I could turn back the hands of time, I still would. When I met with the PI from the VA and he played that tape recorders. Now, this is another thing. Even though me and Sharita never was a really couple, we knew each other when we was young, and anytime I was with her, she had a couple of boyfriends, and I had 100 bitches. You know?
Mm-hmm.
At that time, I didn't understand. It took me now to find out I could have one to do the same thing that 1,000 couldn't do. It's crazy. I can have one motherfucking bitch can do something that 1,000 bitches couldn't do. So that's why I have that. Back to her, she did something for Snoop was incredible. I don't know if they're cool or they're not cool. I know she might lie on some shit. Man, nobody's perfect. But I know if it weren't for her, knowing that P.I., it came and met with me and played me that recording that the other guy gave those statements, there's no way we would have beat that case. It cost me $750,000. And I accept that. Best thing I could have ever did. And the fact that you took that case to Snoop, knowing he shot the man, you said you shot the man and set him free. Best thing a man can do for another man. Even though I gave him a career and made him who he was, I accept that. But if I had to do it all over again, I would do everything the same for have his freedom.
Yep.
So he can take care of his family.
Yep, me too. Everything would be the same now.
And that's being said, if God don't give me nothing else in life, I always appreciate God making me a man. Because a man can get somewhere and be somebody and do something. I'm the same man if I'm on the streets or I'm in prison. I'm still going to do what I do to make my... This is real honor to talk to you. Because you did something for me, for culture, hip-hop, Snoop. The world can never say thank you enough.
When Snoop and the Dog Pound trailer got shot up in New York, how did you and Pac find out?
Well, we was in the studio. Me and Pac was in the studio and doing music. So when they called the studio, and, you know, we cut the music off, put it on speaker, and they was like, we can tell it was a problem because, you know, shit, Snoop really was being Michael Jackson on that phone call, you know. It was like, it wasn't none of the, you know, it wasn't no toughness about it. We was concerned about him because we can hear it in his voice the way he was sounding. And they was basically, you know, they just shot that trailer up because they was out there filming and New York motherfuckers tripping. So when they said that immediately, before we even had a conversation with them, I told them we'd call them right back. So I called some of the homies out there to make sure they pull up and make sure they were straight. Then we called them back and told them, you know, he was on their way. But besides that, that's when Pac took things in his hands, you know. All that motherfuckers out there, because they in New York, they trying to, you know, chop the trailer all up, right? So Pac went to that point to saying, who in here from the East Coast? Raise your hand. And then somebody raised their hand, he'd go over there and smack the shit out of him. Smack! Who else in here? And one dude said, well, I ain't saying shit. When he said that, I was like, oh, that's a bad look. Not only just Pac get on him, a few motherfuckers got on him, right? So it was a real situation of
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
everybody having their back and really going in, supporting them, you know?
I know I did an interview with Napoleon from the Outlaws, and he was telling me that, Snoop, he was dissing Big with Pac. You know anything about that?
Yeah. I mean, he definitely did some songs talking greasy about him, you know? Super greasy. And then after that shit happened, before was when the trailer got shot up. I mean, I think they probably hated Biggie 100 times more than Pac hated him. Yeah, they motherfuckers, they really was on fuck Biggie type of shit. Because I think it was embarrassing. It's one thing the motherfucker trying to kill you. It's another thing you and your feelings and you call the motherfuckers, damn near, you can tell motherfuckers, it's a different sound when a motherfucker's scared and spooked. And the way Snoop was rambling, only time I ever see a motherfucker sound like that is when either they got their ass whipped real bad, or they're about to get their ass whipped real bad, or somebody was about to do something to them worse, you know? Because it's a certain sound, a certain trembling in a person's voice when it's going to go bad, right before it go bad. And that was those niggas that night. So that's been said, Pac was if it was 1 to 10, 10 was Snoop. If Pac would have had a gun on him, Snoop would have been a dead man. That's why he pushed on him the way he pushed him, the way he got at him, because you got to imagine, Pac went from 0 to 1,000 all behind Snoop and the dog. Snoop. You know, Pac really had over, that was his motherfucking brother. Everybody was his brother. It was a family. So, hell, but he sacrificed his freedom, fucking motherfuckers up in that studio behind Snoop. And he know they did songs together and talking about those dudes. So when he turned around and go to the the radio station, and Pac hear with his own ears that he's saying basically, fuck Pac, that's Pac on that bullshit, he'll fuck with him, he'll fuck with him, he'll fuck with any of those dudes, and whatever they did to Pac, basically, fuck Pac. So Pac, 1, couldn't believe it, 2, that's the worst way any person would stab you in the back. So that started a war that was never going to end unless people got together. And, you know, when you're forced to be reckoned with and a motherfucker can't do it by himself, they got to recruit him or they got to pay for him. And that's why things ended the way they did. At the end of the day, I think Biggie and Snoop was all right. They never was close no way. Now Pac and Biggie was like brothers. Snoop and Biggie was shit. They used to always say crazy shit about Biggie, but Biggie always extended his hand. Like we'd be in New York somewhere, and he'd go get in a limo with them and smoke with them. And then once we leave out there, I'd be like, man, that motherfucker smell like shit. He got the whole limo stinking. It even drowned out the weed. So I don't think they never was close like him and Pac was close. You know, it was always, you know, not really on the same side, you know.
So they was making comments about Big odor?
Yeah. It was like shit. Biggie smelled like shit.
When Snoop made the comments he made on Hot 97, right, about how he didn't have beef with Big and Puff and they was his friends, he always said that when he got back on the plane with you and Pac, he had a knife and a fork underneath his blanket just in case y'all did something to him. From your point of view, can you break that situation down?
Well, the truth about it is this. Number one, Snoop did not treat his people that great. ain't the fact that you gotta look at it like this. When we went places or we was on the next level type of shit or even vacation type of shit,
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
if a person worked for death row and didn't have a death row chain, you know they went vacationing with us. You know they went on a private plane with us. That's number one. Number two, if you was the artist and Snoop and Pac and those guys didn't feel you weren't valuable enough to make the cut, they didn't go on vacation with us or on a private plane with us. Snoop, I had love for Snoop, so therefore I will respect his call. When we went to Belize on a private plane, Snoop could have brought gas, he could have brought he could have brought anybody on a dog pound if he wanted. Nobody's not going to say no. He chose not to bring them. And nobody brought security or runners, assistant. We go to enjoy ourselves. So at the end of the day, nobody never would tell, and you know, shit. Big Style, me and him is tight. And anytime Snoop would want him to go, I would love to always have him go. If he don't be on the plane, because Snoop didn't bring him on the plane. If the dog pound wasn't there, because Snoop didn't bring him on there. At the end of the day, after that interview, everybody knows anybody. No. And I'm not talking about the people who speak on Tupac who never met Tupac in person, who never broke, who never been around there. I'm not talking about those people who's been lying. I'm talking about the real people, the day ones. Everybody knows what Pac did to Snoop and how Pac was getting on Snoop. Snoop cannot say he didn't ride in the van with the luggage. When you leave in the hotel and you go to the private plane, you're gonna have a van full of everybody's luggage. Everyone else gonna be in a limo. Now, there's no room in that van because it's packed with luggage. Snoop decided to get inside the van with all the luggage cramped all up. I even told him, you making you look bad and us look bad. Get in this limo, man, we gotta go. His thing was, Pac crazy as a motherfucker. He ain't gonna be in no limo and Pac beating him up. So therefore, that tell you the temperature right there. And do you really think he gonna try to swing on Pac, stab Pac?
You have 60 seconds remaining.
Stab Pac with a knife with everybody on the plane who fuck with Pac? Man, stupid guy. He only weighed what? Like the Scarecrow. He got his back broke, his neck broke, if he would have stabbed Tupac. That's not true. And he never been gang banged on Pac. If he was that comfortable, if it wasn't no slick shit, Snoop would have been at the fight and at the club. That simple. Out of all the things, all the events, you were no. You didn't come. I had to make you come to the Loserville. I call Loserville Vegas. And you claimed you went to go see Pac. And if you did, well, it took a week. That makes no sense. Lie after lie after lie. See, what you got to remember is that I push loyalty and love with me, the artists, everyone. One for one, one for all. There's never a situation where we're at the point where we saying fuck each other like that. This is the first time something like that ever happened. And when that happened, it was only because somebody disrespected somebody in the circle. When we hung out, what we did, when we had fun, it was always loyalty and love, and it was never no security there. It was never no outsiders there. It was the family there. And one of the reasons, when even if you were Ak Malik, and I don't know if he answered it, I know he answered it before, but you got to remember one thing. It was so family orientated with everyone that when the lawyers asked Andre, he got to get on the stand for a character witness for Snoop, he said no, he wouldn't do it. They said, well, his life might depend on it, him going to prison or not going to prison. Andre said, buddy, you better cancel it. If it depends on me, he's going to prison for life. That's when Pac started changing. When that verdict came in and we won, I took everyone to my piece. I mean, even before we got upstairs, everybody partied. We had music playing all downstairs, everywhere. People was dancing downstairs. Got upstairs inside Monty's. We probably had, I don't know, if they had 50 bottles of Cristal or 1,000 bottles of Cristal, might have been 1,000 bottles. Bought them all. If we didn't drink them all, people were leaving out with bottles of Cristal. Every person partied. So therefore, the loyalty was there. So when Snoop did that to Pac, that was part of the separation in the end of Death Row. Because once Pac died, once that happened, it was straight down the middle. Some on this side, some on that side. When Pac died, actually before he died, once Pac heard Snoop say what he said in that radio interview, that's when the separation came. A lot of people want to go online and say, well, Pac wanted to leave Death Row, he hated Death Row. That's not true. Pac wanted to stop fucking with those niggas. He said, we don't need them. We doing this, we doing that, we doing this. They snakes. Period. And Pac was on some shit like, we could change Death Row into the Row. We don't need Death no more. Death's those weird ass niggas. So a lot of people was going on and speaking on this type of situation for to hide something or to make themselves look important. But once again, a lot of people who speak on Pac, I ain't never talked to about Pac to an outsider. So you know I didn't talk to Pac about an outsider who wasn't on Death Row or part of the family. You talking about people who would speak on Tupac, they couldn't tell you if Pac had bad breath or was musty. They never met the man. And if they worked for Death Row, well, not directly with Death Row, if you was a employee of Death Row, you couldn't tell if Pac had rough hands or soft hands because you never got close enough to even shake his hand because you was just a fucking employee. So when it was all said and done, that drew the line in the sand. It was separate. Snoop knew one fucking thing. Once it was over, I don't care how many songs you did with Pac. I don't care how many times you talked real bad about Biggie. You came and stabbed Pac in the back. And Pac was not going to stop. Machiavelli wouldn't have stopped until he broke Snoop's jaw and knocked his teeth out of his motherfucking mouth. At the end of the day, when it was all said and done, he couldn't sleep or rest unless he didn't have to deal with that problem. Pac was a problem for him for the rest of his life. Besides that, the love is still there, but it never was respect. Because a real man doesn't use respect, the word respect. This is like I love everything about my own mother. I didn't have respect for my mother. You don't have respect for nobody because the word respect means it's always respect. But it's not true. If I didn't have respect for my mother, I wouldn't be sneaking girls in the house when I was young, living with my mother, fucking them, having sex with them. I wouldn't be doing the things I was doing. But what's more important than respect is loyalty, trust, honor. So when Pac didn't have honor for Snoop, or loyalty to Snoop, or trust to Snoop, Pac was not gonna. Every time he seen Snoop, he gonna get on his head. Snoop knew this. But for him doing anything or saying any slick shit to Pac, never happened. Never would have happened. Period.
Hey, Suge, if you don't mind me asking, right, respectfully, you getting knocked out. Can you give me the backstory behind that? Because I never heard you speak on it.
Well, look, the bottom line is this. I know it, he know it, everybody know it. What really happened is this. As you know, I'm leaving the club, getting ready to get in my truck. It was one of the homies, it was this B-Day, two of the homies was up there, and one of them had words with the food at the club, outside the club. He fired them. They start fighting. So, first I was going to you know what? This stupid shit, let it go. But at the same time, motherfucker had a few shots of his own. So, and it's all on camera. Boys, I'm quite sure you've seen the footage of motherfucker soccer kicking him or whatever happened. He went down, right or wrong, right? Okay. After that, I took the homies go. The dude running across the street comes running back with an iron. What do you know? With the metal thing you change the lugs with. When I seen him before in front of the valet dudes, motherfucker cracked me with it. I ain't Superman. I ain't none of that type of stuff. I'm human. Naturally, motherfucker hit you with an iron lead thing, you gonna go down. But I didn't feel the need to have to explain that to nobody, say that to nobody, because it is what it is. You got at me, next time I'm going to get at you. That's how we do it. But if you notice, you didn't see not one person hit me. How could you see everything else, but then they don't show that part? Not only that, when I did get hit with the fail, there was another motherfucker kicking me. I didn't say shit. But when the homies ran back over there, they take off running. No big deal. I leave. I go to the motherfucking shit. I go get a staple in the back of my head. I cut
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
on the back. The police came and tried to talk to me. I went to talk to them, so they put my tire on the flat. How they knew I was there? Because the evidently told them. They was like, we got the footage of what he hit you with. I said, no, you don't. You want to see it? I don't got to see shit. Nigga, I don't got nothing to say. Got some air in my tire. I left. This dude know that was like one of the biggest PC moves you can do. I knocked him out, I knocked him out, I knocked him out. Basically saying if something happened to me, arrest him, arrest him, arrest him. I did what I did. He knew it and I knew it. But when it was all said and done, they talked to the valet motherfuckers. They were like, yeah, hit him with the tire wrench when you take the tires off the iron thing. That's that. I didn't feel like I had to prove myself to nobody verbally. And the only reason why it's a big deal, because I don't lose. Anybody can lose, though. But I'm going to get my run back. If you ain't going to give my run back, nigga, I'm spitting on you in front of the police. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it. And I'm quite sure whatever's meant to happen happen. So that's neither here or there, you know. One thing about me, I stand on the truth. You can check my whole motherfucking C-file from prison. I know motherfuckers want to say I got ran off the yard. Never got ran off the yard. Never PC'd up. Never rolled it up. Never will. Don't have nothing to prove. Never will have anything to prove. But you can tell by my character, I'm not that type. Because the people who talking, damn sure can't come up in here. The people who's talking is a PC on the streets. They don't go nowhere. You don't see them enjoying themselves. You don't see them at clubs. You don't see them at events in chase. One thing for sure, you cannot look at anything from the past to the time I got arrested that you didn't see me at all the hottest clubs. And majority of the time I'm by myself or a bitch or two. Or all the different spots in the ghetto. All the best restaurants. People got access to me because I'm out there. This is my city. I'm about that life. When people turn around and say, oh, he was sleeping on the couch, never in the life. But if I was sleeping laying on the couch, it's because I'm partying with the homies all night and got a bitch or two and a motherfucker taking the power now before we go. But ain't no bounty hunters, nobody else got me nowhere. Well, I bowed it down and turned it down, and I ain't knocking them. It's just I'm not that type of nigga. So everybody who's doing all the talking is motherfuckers who got robbed in my neighborhood. They know. I don't gotta say their names. Never happened to me. Or the motherfucker who talking who cannot go nowhere. And when you look at all this, you gotta be real careful. Because the person, I'm not gonna say his name, but that's still my brother. The person who in custody right now, fighting for his life, is people that said so much about that man ended up in handcuffs. And the same person, Snoop, that man been there for you, kept you, and y'all supposed to be friends, or you supposed to be big. You talk to a person supposed to be his enemy every day. And you the same person, once it happens, saying you putting bread up for attorneys and helping. I hope you keep your word, because he did a lot of things for you. He the one took Nick to the studio to holler at you and be cool, even though he had to check you because you said that you just went over there. So all this extra little shit that everybody talk is still the same thing. Words is nothing but alphabets. And people can take those alphabets and make them say anything they want to. And my life has changed. I'm going to be 60 years old. I done did everything on my own besides the help of God. The people who know me, that really know me, ain't going to have nothing bad to say about me. But these people who I never really met and really don't know, that never worked for death row, never was around death row, when people turn around and say, well, when you was in prison, the numbers was better. Impossible. The crazy thing about it, when Snoop, Andre, Tupac, Outlaw, Dog Pound, Jewel, Nate Dogg, and this goes on. How is it that the security bill was higher when those artists were doing shows and stuff than when they wasn't? How is it that security bill was higher when nobody was in the fucking studio? Impossible. But I tell you what, I ain't trying to get off track here, but at the same time, one thing I don't play with, and that's trying to spit at my mother. So, my mother didn't need no money to buy a barrier, but a whole bunch of soft motherfuckers threw money in. The only thing I ever asked a motherfucker to do is go to my mother's funeral and take pictures. My mother was a loved woman who had close to 500,000 people at her funeral. But when everyone has a conversation about something, what's the need of talking about it? Whatever the situation is, you know, whoever run their mouth about my mother, Parker, playing these games, that's a conversation for two men sitting in the room and have. So if you so right, you so tough, you standing on facts, no matter if I get out tomorrow or when I come home, we can sit down and have a conversation in that room. But it's not a fair conversation if Tupac dead and you want to talk about the man. It's not a fair conversation. Fuck being fair. You're a weirdo if you got to talk about a man who's in prison. You know what I mean? Because what difference does that make? I'm getting my life back. That's all. But, yeah, they can say what you want about those situations, and don't bother me. But I'm always there. I always show up.
Wow. Yeah, I ain't know that. So they used the weapon.
Of course. But I'm not saying it to make me look better or worse. And the fact is this. Why nobody never showed the footage? You show the footage of him getting his ass whooped. Why you never show the footage of him hitting me? It's the same camera, same surveillance cameras they had at the clubs, the same people filming. Why not? Do that seem odd? I mean, because how could you show everything else but you don't show that? But me being me, even if somebody do win one, we're going to keep running it till I win one. That's just how I go. One thing about me, I ain't never been a runner. I ain't never been a coward. But I've never had nothing to prove. Being intelligent, to be a businessman, which I am a businessman. And I would feel like if I was a man, the only way I can get views or get people attention or get any deals or get any people to listen to me, I gotta talk about the next nigga who built something. If you gotta talk about me and therefore and Tupac, that means you not shit. If you gotta talk about my company I built instead of what you did in life, that means you not shit.
I always heard this rumor that years before Tupac signed with Death Row, you tried to sign him?
I mean, definitely, because you gotta remember one thing. Pac always been the type of artist or a type of man that had all the potentials in the world. I always think he's probably one of the best artists around, you know. He the one wrote Gin and Juice first. He didn't put it out, but he was saying that first, you know, Gin and Juice. So we all knew that, right? And Interscope didn't want him. They hated him. I mean, literally pretty much hated him. I wouldn't say hated him like this because he was black. They just thought he was the type of artist that was too militant. You know, Parker coming in one day and say, he'd walk in the office and say, how's the White Devils doing? You know, shit like that. I remember we was playing football at Jimmy's house one Sunday, and Parker called me. We all sitting there. He's like, man, let's link up. What you doing? I'm like, man, we just got through playing football. I'm in Malibu, and then Jimmy he just jumped up and like, you know, he wasn't saying it, but you can read his lips. Don't tell him where I live at. Don't tell him where I live at. They was terrified of Pac. So that made me feel like hip hop's about expressing yourself. That made me I really wanted to do business with him because he was special. I think by far Pac was the best artist of all times. So definitely wanted to do that. When I went to go business, it was just about helping me.
Right. So that rumor is true then, that the gin and juice idea came from Pac.
Yeah. I mean, if anybody know Pac, they know Pac. That's the type of shit Pac be on. Pac gonna talk about what he know, what he do. Pac the first one brung blunts to Death Row, to my artists. You know, they smoked zigzags. If you notice, Snoop always talked about zigzags, and all of them. Pac the first one said, "Shit, it's right here." He was splitting the blunts and piping the weed with the blunts, the swishers. So Pac was always ahead of his time, you know, always by far.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
Pac was intelligent. A lot of people probably don't realize it, but Tupac was a smart man. Tupac had the vision. Not only just to help himself, but to help others. So that's always was a plus when you look at that. Like I said, like if I took him somewhere to do anything for the kids or the hospitals, I didn't have to twist his arm. I say, hey, I'm going to go to the hospital and give out toys to the kids. Let's go. I'm going to the hood to do some stuff for the kids. Let's go. Everybody else, you got to pretty much persuade them. Try to, like, you know, force them or make them go. Pac was in a class by himself. Definitely loyal. Probably one of the most loyal persons I know. I know that he tried to give David Kenner a fair chance to be loyal to him because David brought me inside the prison to help me get Tupac out of prison. So Pac was one of the first guys saying, hey, because I was telling you before, he's a criminal attorney, but don't use it for an entertainment attorney. And he wanted to give him a fair chance because he got me in there to go visit him in prison. At the end, Pac fired him real aggressively, called him white devils and called him stealing. So when Pac sued me, which not Tupac, but when the state sued me, I was in prison. I had no idea I was getting sued by them or saying anything. I had no lawyer, no nothing. And one of the things was everybody wanted to settle because David Kenner had stole so much money from Tupac. And it showed, and the receipts was there. And I remember questioning all that. I remember catching Steve Cantrop and Gelfand, was one of the biggest, by far the biggest, accounting firm in the music industry. And when I was using them, they couldn't sign a check, nothing over $5,000. And they were stealing millions of dollars from me and Death Row and artists. And when I caught them, I was saying, well, I'll be going to prison. And 1,000% sure, they had me go to prison. And the thing about all this, I could have showed up and fought the Tupac case and showed that we didn't take $1 from him. I overpaid him. And if anybody didn't like that, we could have went about that bullshit Interscope contract. But the lawyers didn't settle it when I was in prison, the fact that they knew what they was doing illegal. And when you look at it, it's a lot of racist people in the industry. And even when it came to the point now, I think back how the stuff I did to make sure Snoop didn't go to prison. Our district attorneys wouldn't put people on the stand when they know they lied. David was a good lawyer because he allowed a witness to lie. He'd take a witness out the car, out the situation. They'd be looking for him. He'll hold the guns. He'll do everything he needs to do to be illegal. And I'm saying it now, and people are saying, why are you saying it now? And you want to you. Definitely wasn't, because he was doing the stuff for my artists. And he would deserve a pat on the back. But when you turn around and get street wars, we won the street wars. There was wars before, because I thought people was lying when they said that they gave David some money. I just go snatch David and take him to a motherfucker. It's an action. And David like, well, I didn't give any money, but you gave us money for me and this other person, but we didn't do nothing with Suge Knight. So a lot of things happened in those days that was so fast and aggressive, because for me, it was about being a businessman and being about the people and helping the people. I was giving my artists stock in Death Row that no one else can get that. I'm quite sure nobody's doing that now. They didn't have ownership, but they had stock. So if I would have sold Death Row for $500 million, $700 million, they would have been able to cash in every last one of them. I think those things is important, especially today.
Very important. But Suge, I want to ask you, because I've been hearing people speak on this for years. Is it true that, Pac and Mary J. Blige was messing around? You know anything about that?
Normally, I would decline to answer that, because you got to remember one thing. I love Mary. Mary always have and always will be. I look at her as a sister. I mean, her mother is an incredible person. Tanya, her sister, is incredible, But Mary and Pac was really good friends. The only reason why I'm willing to say this because I don't think that's putting Mary down by telling the truth about her and Tupac's relationship. And Mary would be in my high rise, and we'll be sitting there talking, and Pac would be like, what you doing? And we'll be talking, next thing you know, Pac coming over. And we all would talk, and they was all close. And Jodeci, I love that group. I love it individually. For Devontae and KC, JoJo. Oh, I heard KC pneumonia. I hope he's feeling better, because Brad is with him. I deal with all of them, but I gave Casey and Dalvin a production deal for a lot of money, and Dalvin sort of, it is what it is. But anyway, back to Mary. I'm saying this because, no disrespect to Mary, because I feel it was a compliment that her and Pac was good friends, and whatever they did, they did. So I'm not going to actually say what they did, I wasn't in the room with them, but I know that I was at the Peninsula Hotel in my suite, and I had Jodeci and them rooms there also. And Pac and Mary definitely was doing their own private thing in the room. Not saying they had sex or didn't have sex, but whatever they was doing, they were behind closed doors in my suite. And I know that KC came over, and he was, Mary in here. And I never lied to KC, but I'm not going to get between KC, Mary, and Pac, I was like, shit, man, what are you talking about? Because I ain't going to lie, so I ain't going to say she not in there, and I ain't going to say she in there. I'm just going to let him in and say, what are you talking about? Because there ain't no nigga that's going to go in another nigga's room, and the door closed. So I'm going to leave it as that. But I can tell you this. Whatever they had going on, whatever they done, it was a beautiful thing, because shit, Machiavelli, which is Tupac, that's my little bro, and Mary is one of the greatest people in the world, for as I'm concerned. Mary got more nuts than most niggas. I think whatever they did, it's her to say what they were doing in that room, not Suge Knight.
And around this time, she was working with Puffy, right?
Definitely. The crazy thing about all that, I didn't have a problem with Mary continuing. Oh, first she was working with Puffy. And when Mary's working with Puffy, Mary was signed to a production company. The production company had a deal. Well, Uptown had a deal with MCA. Mary knew that I had Jodeci. She came and asked me to help her. So I started representing Mary, and I got Mary off the production company, and eventually got her off Uptown, and got her a deal straight with MCA. I did a lot of great things for MCA, which is Universal. So once I did that, I got Mary from her publishing deal and did a publishing deal directly to MCA for Mary. Never got paid on it, never collected my royalties my commission on it. And Mary had called me and was like, hey, Puff want me to keep fucking with him. And, after I got all those deals and made a great deal for her, most people have been like, I'm representing you. Shit, I did all the deals. I'm supposed to get my 20% for all the shit I did. And I was like, shit, y'all both from New York and y'all friends. Y'all from the East Coast. I'm from the West Coast. When it's all said and done, East Coast people are going to be with East Coast people. And West Coast people are going to side with West Coast people. So I wasn't going to put her in a situation where she had to choose. So I let her continue to go back over there and do what she do, and never got a dollar off the situation, nor feel bad about it. Once again, when people are genuine, and a person like Mary, she deserves her cigars. Every time you do something for someone, don't mean you got to make money off someone. And God always blessed me to make enough money, more than enough money, and continue to eat. So, yeah, she went back with Puff. That probably was great for her, They're both from the East Coast. We can say what we want to say, but there's a difference between East Coast and West Coast. If something really go bad, you can't expect people not to ride with their own people. East Coast gonna ride with the East Coast, West Coast gonna ride with the West Coast. Unless you're Snoop.
Speaking of Snoop, you was telling me before the interview that he wasn't a real Crip.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm not a Crip, so I really don't get into other people's politics. That's not mine. But I personally never seen Snoop pretty much act like a real Crip. Shit, Snoop they went on missions against Crips with us. Snoop done set Crips up. I would take that hard to believe if he was a real Crip. He wouldn't been, playing the way he played them.
Elaborate on that if you don't mind, man. You said Snoop was setting up Crips.
Well, like I said, I ain't gonna throw names.
This and your telephone number will be monitored and
If any of our people got into with somebody and it was a Crip knew more about Crips than other Crips. So Snoop was like, he lives here. He's over there. I'm going to get him to meet me here. I'm going to get him to show up at the studio. So basically, he didn't have no problem letting any Crip walk into the lion's den of his actions. So I would say that's a hard one to believe. And then when you really look at it, every person he really looked out for and did great things for was not Crips. Only person he looked out for and still today he's going to show up and do things is my bro. So other than that, it's always, it is what it is. He know, everybody know. But I guess he look at it like the Army. You can be whatever you want to be. I'm just a businessman. So I don't want to, that's like a foreign language to me. Straight bullshit. But who knows? Nothing really bad to say about Snoop. Snoop like a lizard. He changed colors with anything he be around. When he was with Don Juan, he was pimping.
Let me ask you this. How can we come to a common ground when it comes to you and Snoop? Like, how can we squash the issues between both of y'all?
Well, first of all, I think that not one person is bigger than hip-hop. And I think we definitely both need to give some cigars and do something special for Malik. More importantly, all the past should be the past. Snoop owed me I let him use one of my 61 Chevys. I ain't never got it back. They've committed fraud on the title and sold it or something. I don't care about all that material stuff. I think the most important thing is we all should be able to look past all this and show the world that we can stand strong for the culture of our people and for the culture of hip-hop. And if we're doing something positive for hip-hop, like getting a union to help these artists and do something great, I'm all in, no matter what. But if it's not, it is what it is. We holler when we holler.
I gotta ask you about this because it went viral last week, so I want to get your response. And Harry, your ex-wife, she's suing you and Snoop. But what's the deal with that, yo?
Yeah, it is real crazy. I don't know what the fraud part come in, but I like Lydia. I think she had a right to speak her mind, but the hurdle's going to be this. First and foremost is that in, I think it was 94, 95, one of them, she filed for bankruptcy. When she filed for bankruptcy, she never mentioned have anything to do with Death Row. Also, she did a settlement with me, Jimmy, Death Row, and Interscope. How that came about, we was talking, I said, well, these people want to do some business with us, but that never happened. And then when we found out it was drug money, they never gave me a penny. Not $1. And matter of fact, I was at Dick Griffey's studio, Galaxy, and Dick Griffey knew a girl named, I think her name was Veronica. She was with Mike, and Dick was messing with the sister. Matter of fact, Mike had sent Veronica to mess with David Kidder. I guess low-key pimping on her or something. However, when I told them about it, I said, look, man, they want to get in the music business, but I found out they dealing with some illegal money. This dude's a drug dealer. I ain't fucking with it. Right? Dick said, money is money to me. Let me talk to him. So, David Kenner, Lydia Harris, Virgil Roberts, and Dick Griffey was all in Dick Griffey's office. They called me in the room. And Dick said, you guys want to get in the music business, y'all can deal with me. I'm established. They said, how much do we need to get in the music business? Dick said, $5 million. They said, they don't have no money like that. They said they can piece together and get some money and raise some money and come back and see him. Dick said, when you get the money, come back and see me. They had another meeting. Dick called me to that meeting. Reason why Dick was calling me, you know, I was the guy from the streets that knew more of the conversations than Dick, plus I didn't know I got his back. So it was Virgil, Roberts, Dick Griffey, David Kenner, and Lydia Harris. At that time, they had put together, I think it was $350,000 cash. Dick started laughing. He said, you can't get in the music business, but this could be a down payment. I could sell you my studio. They said, well, we want to be in the music business. We getting different money from everybody trying to, flip their money. David said that, and Lydia agreed.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
Dick, an arrogant, cocky businessman, but a cold hustler, From the Tootie Reese's on down, they knew Dick. And Dick, one of the guys who started Soul Train with Don Cornelius. So Dick said, look, man, you guys can make money this way. So they gave Dick the money and bought the studio. Now, when I did the deal with Interscope, Dick Griffey said he had something to do with Death Row. David Kennett was trying to say he had something to do with Death Row. Jimmy and them had a meeting with these guys, gave Dick Griffey a check. Had a meeting with Lady Harris, gave her a check. I think it was like $300,000 or something. Everybody signed off. When they came back and sued everybody, they sued Interscope, they sued Jimmy personally, they sued Sony, Tommy Mottola, me and Death Row. They showed them the settlement. The lawsuit went away. I was the only black guy, so they came back and filed on me. The crazy thing about it was, David Kenner was my lawyer and their lawyer. I never got served. I even never know I had a court date. So I got a default judgment because I wasn't there and my lawyer wasn't there. So when people hear all this stuff in the media, they think like I lost the case. No, I never showed up because I didn't know. Legally, they're supposed to serve me. So now, we goes and gonna settle again. This time around, they had a lawyer named Goldberg who was representing the rat, or Mike, and then Lydia. And then Kenner was involved, David Kenner. So now they goes and says they want $3 million. $1 million for Michael Harris, $1 million for Lydia Harris, and $1 million for Goldberg. So Lydia says, why do Goldberg, and the lawyer just said, why do Goldberg need $1 million? Goldberg was been the guy helping Mike get some money out of prison. So I tell Jimmy, it's your motherfucking fault. Because when David didn't do my shit right, you guys know that you guys supposed to have the same thing to protect you guys, same thing protected me. They said, you right, we'll pay for it. So they was going to send him $3 million. So I called back because Lydia said, hey, don't worry about Goldberg. Just give Mike $1 million and give me $1 million. So it was $2 million. Jimmy sent the $2 million over. Lydia called back. I'm not dealing with my lawyer, councilman, or nobody. Only thing I want is $1 million. Fuck Mike. All right, fuck Mike. We give Lydia $1 million. Judgment satisfied. Supposed to be over. They turn around and come after me again. At the time, I just had got shot in Miami. My femur was broke. I didn't have time to deal with that shit. I'm in pain and shit, trying to get my leg better. She wanted to talk to me. We didn't have a conversation. So now we get the recordings of Goldberg and them saying they have the judge in their hip pocket and told him what he was going to do. He was going to just fuck over me, which he did. Then they came to me and said, hey, you got this $100-some million adjustment. You got the settlement from the 90s. You got the new settlement where you gave her $10,000 cash and the rest of the cash, she'd have checked $900 or something. $1 million to satisfy the judgment. That's all you got to do is show the judge. The judge didn't let us show nothing. Then they threatened Lydia.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
A lawyer named Mike Gibbons, who represented me, went to go see Mike. He came back and showed all the people word for word what Mike told him to write down. Told Lydia to stand down because when David Kenner's ex-wife, best friend, she was his wife at the time, he got our house next to them, introduced him to him. Next thing you know, the little teenager Jewish kid gets killed. They got caught in the kid's truck. They try to get rid of it. Police put them over with the license plate, looking for the kid, blood everywhere, check the DNA, the kid's DNA. They charged him with murder. He told me she better stand down out the way or she been doing life with him for the murder of the little kid. So it went all bad. So I don't want to keep pressing the issue and getting anybody in trouble because I don't have nothing against Lydia. Nobody, and she had a daughter. I don't want to see no woman go to prison, right? So through that journey, they turn around and say, well, look, file a Chapter 11. So a Chapter 11 don't mean file Hammer's bankruptcy. Chapter 11 means, like Donald Trump and the rest of the guys did, show that in your creditors you can take care of them and fix it and keep moving. Only thing they had to do was show them the 90-something settlement, case over with. Or show them the 2000-something settlement, case over with. They choose to do neither one because they wanted my company. So it happens in a scope and everybody else ends up with my company. They try to buy it for $500 million, but then they get it for $25 million. Doesn't make sense. And make it even worse, is Snoop really involved with having death row, even though we know he still hasn't showed us where he paid anything at? His partner is Michael Harris. So if this guy gave drug money, is Snoop involved with drug money too? Because the law says you can't do nothing from fruit from a poisonous tree. So she's going to have a hard time because she settled twice. She's going to have an even harder time because she also filed bankruptcy and never reported. Inside the court documents, the proof is there, the fact that they even asked her before, if Andre and Mr. Knight own Death Row, and you saying you got 50% more than him, how did that happen? Did you have a partner or something? She said, yes. My partner is attorney David Kenner, which David Kenner is entitled half of the judgment. Only problem with that is David Kenner needs to be in jail. Know why? David Kenner filed bankruptcy. He never said he had anything to do with Death Row. He doubled down and said the opposite. I don't have nothing to do with Death Row. I don't have nothing. The only thing David ever did when he's talking about Death Row is when the accountant gave me a check for, I think, $10 or $6 million. David took that and paid for him and his daughter's credit card bill, the American Express bill, without my permission. I just found that out 3 weeks ago. But at the same time, I wish her the best. If they do the right thing by me, I still will look out for Lydia because Lydia is a good person and a bad person. Despite what David calls her, David the one calls her dumb, not me. But I think Lydia's good people. But at the same time, she had a trustee, creditors that they never paid. So she never mentioned any ownership in Death Row. David Kenner filed for bankruptcy. He never mentioned. They're both going to prison for fraud. They got to be careful with that one. And more importantly, when you look at the whole situation and understand it, if they gave me some money or Death Row some money, where? They checked me inside out and the company. All the money I ever put up came from Priority, came from Epic, that's before it was Sony, came from Time Warner's, Warner Brothers, Interscope. Now, when I first met Lydia, she came in to get songs. Ron Brown sent her up there. We was doing well up there already. We already had put out a soundtrack. We already had the publishing deal. We already had those deals in place and the money. But I don't want to rain on Lydia's parade, but it'd be a hard time to fix. Not to mention, David Kenner had all the proof. I gave it to him when he came to visit me at this prison. They gave it to me. Goldberg is Michael Harris' attorney. Castleman is Little Harris' attorney. Goldberg sent Castleman an email. Hey, we're going to take it from me as our judgment. He emails them back. It's our judgment. I got the judgment. They said, yeah, but you didn't supposed to get a judgment in the first place because Lydia filed for bankruptcy, and you know you can't do that. And she didn't mention death row. He said, I didn't find that out 6 months or a year later. It don't care when you find out as an officer of the court, you got a duty to tell the truth. So they told him he got to stand down. Okay? That's one big major part.
You have 60 seconds remaining.
The second major thing about that, the fact that Michael Harris tried to say he's going to divorce Lydia and get half of the judgment. She already settled already. They already signed already. And, once again, if they say they gave me money, we got all the recordings they have of Michael Harris conning people a lot of money because he didn't have any money, and he got it from other people. And they say it's drug money. So how could you protest anything? So at the end of the day, when they do about me because they have to, I'll look out for it. But more importantly, when I gave Lydia $1 million, the Mike Gibbons supposed to give the money to Castleman, because that's the lawyer. So this part is very important. Castleman is attorney for Lydia Harris. So DeMont Gibbons was attorney for me. So when I did the settlement, I paid her $1 million. The attorney was supposed to give it to her attorney. So DeMont Gibbons supposed to give the check to Castleman. Castleman gets his $400,000, which is 40%, and he gives Lydia $600,000. Instead, Gibbons gives the check directly to the cashier's check directly to Lydia. Lydia gives Mike half. She keeps her part. Castleman, so the judgment is settled. It's no longer a judgment against me. It's settled. They signed papers. They got the money. Castleman goes to court and tell the judge, I'm the lawyer. The Mike Gibbons supposed to gave it to me, and I got my percentage, and I would have gave her money. Instead, he gave the whole $1 million to Lydia Harris, and Lydia Harris fucked me. She didn't pay me. That's what Castleman said. The judge said, you know what? You're getting supposed to give the money to the lawyer, not to the client. So therefore, the judge gave Gibbons, he gave Castleman, rather, $1 million judgment against Gibbons for the settlement of the default judgment. Now, the crazy thing about it, gave Castleman an extra $600,000 because Gibbons gave it to Lydia instead of Castleman. But the main thing about this situation, the judge even admitted that the judgment was settled when I gave her $1 million. So how in the hell did they go and liquidate my company? Only after I was in the county jail and couldn't talk on the phone, couldn't see nobody, couldn't do nothing. Every time you turn around, they only messing over me because I'm a black man. I know everybody always use the black card, but look at the facts. I get shot 7 times in One Oak. The dude who was with the guys who shot me got shot in the arm by mistake. They gave him $1 million. The girl was 18 years old. She wasn't black, 18 years old, in a club that you got to be 21. She get a ricochet. Get hit in the ass. She gets $1 million. I get nothing. And on top of that, the judge in my state case said that my lawyer cannot come visit me in the county jail. So therefore, I can't fight if I can't have a lawyer. Now I got to try to get a lawyer who's representing me on the criminal side who's an idiot. So I didn't have a lawyer. I get nothing. But once again, If you look at the court documents, Castleman got $1 million judgment against Gibbons because when I settled the judgment, they're supposed to pay the lawyer instead of Lydia. Once again, all these things were settled. Once again, if you look at the law, any person filed bankruptcy and doesn't claim a business or any cash flow of money, any other business, you can't come back later on and say it's yours or your property. So they couldn't have had no right to sue me in the first place. Then once again, Michael Harris says he gave drug money to Lydia, and Lydia gave it to these people. Once again, Snoop and Michael Harris is partners, and they say they have death row. We're not understanding the law around here, or is the law really blind? Is the law really that blind? Let me out in the morning. So at some point, you can't make it fit when you want somebody else's property for your ways. It's worse than slavery. But at the end of the day, I'm Suge Knight. And my faith in God is unbelievable. I have my happiness. I have my health. I have good people. And my mission to be able to do great positive things in my community, for my community. And I'm not just not waiting now. I've been doing a music therapy program, much as they allow me to do it here, for mental health. And once I get free, I got the same music therapy and mental health. Mental health is not just people who's homeless or people in custody. It's kids, it's doctors, it's lawyers, athletes, celebrities. Mental health is serious. That's one part of my plan to help out with that. I even have mental health. I have PTSD. One of the worst cases of PTSD, war hero. Many times I've been shot. But all in all, we got to stand up for right, for the culture of our people. I also want to say, stop letting these culture vultures take advantage of our people. Some people might be lying because they're getting paid to lie. Some people might be lying to get extra clout. But on a lot of these platforms, these podcasts, two people, I don't really know their name, but two culture vultures. Everybody who's been on their show got cases. Now they trying to use that against the homie. And some of the, I don't know, the little young dudes from Sixers, whatever, they trying to say all behind the podcast are the culture vultures. The best DA in the whole America is these podcasts or YouTube. Say let's do more for our people. And once again, we got to pick the right lawyers that don't sell us out. I got decorations right now where when I went to court, my second day in court, I had to go, I fired my attorney, David Kenner, and his partner. They told me, hey, you can't fire them. So my second day, I'm paying them. I can fire them. They turned around and said, well, no. I said, yeah. I said, well, I tell you what, I like to exercise my rights right now for per. They said, no, they're supposed to let me represent myself. These two lawyers that's fired on the transcripts, in the news, social media, goes into the next courtroom. They don't allow me to go. They go up there and Judge Cohen and say they can move my case from Compton to CCB. He can do my bail hearing, my prelim, my trial, all-purpose judge. I wasn't present. They don't represent me. It's called unphysical error, illegal. When I did my habeas and pardoned myself, they granted it. David Kenner did not put that part in there because he said it makes him look bad. So you rather me to get denied on something, they got to appeal it, so you telling the truth. And the crazy thing about it, I got decorations. The lawyers were there. The transcript shows I wasn't there. So they're in the wrong. So when I had another attorney who didn't want to go and report him to the bar because they said, I said, you have to. Female attorney, Attorney Jasmine. David Kenner refused to talk to her, to speak with her, every time she was out to help me. I said, why you don't talk to him? You talk to all the good people. His words was, I do not want to talk to that black girl. And I refuse to talk to that black girl. He's about to say bitch, but I had to check him. Then I had to check him when he called her a black girl because she's an attorney. Then he laughed and said the attorney was a black female attorney out of Pasadena, was Angie, who allegedly she did time for her, but killed her two clients, two brothers. Something happened to their mother. They lost their mother. They got the insurance money. She killed them so she can keep it all. And David laughed about that. He compared her, because she's a black woman and attorney, to the other black woman attorney. We all got to look and do our due diligence. Don't just check and go by, and don't not check and just go by what I say. It's paper trail of the receipts to prove the facts. As our people, we got to do better. I'm going to do best I can because we don't have no Jesse Jackson talking or Dolores Tucker or Malcolm X or Martin Luther King. We have no one. We got to stick together and do better. I even think one day Governor Newsom going to be president. I think he'd be a great president. We got to look ahead. We got to get involved in politics. We got to want to see better for each other. All praises to God. And I hope everybody well. I'm Suge Knight. I'm out.